As long as you have reports in black and white and on paper, we can accept reports while we're waiting for quorum. Talk with our legal on that. I think basically we're all on the same page. What we're here with the new administration today is going to be basically just getting in line with who the different directors are and letting them know which committee chair that he can be in touch with resolutions and laws regarding their programs. So at this time, before we start, I'm going to call for Senator Goza ahead before we get going. We can open us up with a prayer before we get started. Thank you. So at this time, let's go into the reports, accepting reports. And I'm going to call the CEO of the executive branch on the floor. And he will introduce each cabinet head and then director from there on. So, go ahead, Mr. Let me Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is that on? You have to forgive me, I just got over a 5-day bout with the flu. Normally I like to talk loud and long, but it's going to be a little different today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, and legislative body, visitors, cabinet heads, members of co-tribe. It's indeed an honor to be here to present to you what we have. In just only 5 weeks we've been in our offices. 5 weeks ago we entered the tribal administrative executive building with a blank slate of the Crow infrastructure. The Crow infrastructure meaning everything on the Crow reservation which is handled through the executive branch. The roads, the health department, housing, water, every single thing which is managed through the executive department. Now, within a day after we moved in, we were given a blank sheet of the total infrastructure, and then from there the tribal officials selected 10 cabinet heads, and it was, believe me, quite a lot of chaos because I don't know if they had cabinet heads in the past or whatever, but there's a lot of things that were missing, a lot of things that needed to be there, and a lot of things that we needed to do. So regardless, we took it upon ourselves that with the theme that tribal officials have positive change, that's the only attitude that we came in with. Because we needed, if we didn't have that, then, if you want to look at negativism, it was all there. But it's not something we wanted to look at. Because any place you go, if you start thinking negative, looking at it negative, you're going to continue to think it. You're going to see it. So we didn't want to see it. It's to say, we didn't want to avoid it, but we wanted to get past it as soon as possible. So within 10 days, with the input of the tribal officials, they began to select people. Again, as they mentioned, based on experience, education, and these type of things, they selected 10 people immediately so that I, as the CEO, can begin to work with the 10 cabinet heads and begin to make sense out of what we were doing at that time. Now, following are the cabinet heads as selected by the tribal elected officials. And I don't believe all of them are here yet, but they will be here. They've been given notice to be here and to give their reports. First, in the Reclamation and Water Resources, Clay Gregory was hired as cabinet head. Crow Residential, Carl Little is cabinet head. Human Resources, George Gilbert III is the cabinet head. Education, Bernina Realbert is the cabinet head. Natural Resources, Calvin Herrera is the cabinet head. Marlon Passes is the finance cabinet head. Larry Kindness is the public works cabinet head. Economic Development cabinet head is Janice Whiteman. Health and Human Services is Jacqueline Stewart is the cabinet head. And Crowline Security is Henry Rice, of course. Now, it was during this first week that, we knew that we had to get together. We couldn't continue to move ahead without really knowing what was happening in each cabinet, each department, and in fact, the whole building as we entered the building. And after the cabinet heads and the departments were assigned their areas, and it was even a task to assign certain areas because it was chaos. We didn't know exactly what was where. Because there was not a lot of office space, there was a lot of devastation, a lot of things of that sort. But again, we were there to do a job. We were hired by the administration to do that, so we got together right away. And the first task on hand was to do a program review. As I got together with the cabinet heads, I asked them, I realize you don't have anything in there. You're going into an office building where there's probably a chair, maybe a broken desk or that type of thing, but go in there, see what you can find. Look in the records, look in the computers, whatever you have to do a program review. I asked all the cabinet heads to do that when we had 10 already. And the review, as I talked with them, was determine at what level the department in each cabinet was functioning. And given the resources on hand, what level was that cabinet functioning given the financial resources that were at hand or the lack of resources? Because there was an extreme lack of resources in some of these cabinets, particularly in the general fund, as you hear from Marlon here, as he speaks on the finances. And in this review, I asked them to determine by their funding stream whether they were through the crude tribal general fund or through federal grants that, where are you at right now? Is your program going to continue on with your federal funds? Are you still in compliance? Has it been in compliance before? Has it not? Begin to straighten those out, begin to look at where you're at, and then begin to move ahead. We can't just sit and be stagnant. We need to continue to move on. And so the cabinet heads particularly took that ball and began to run with it, and I believe they did a tremendous job with that, given, again, like I said, the lack of resources. But, the important thing was that we needed to continue to move on. We couldn't just sit stagnant. So they took all of that, and then they began to run further with it. And as I mentioned before, even today, some of the cabinet heads are still sitting here, as you'll hear from their reports, due to the depletion of maybe the general fund, particularly, that we're still sitting kind of stagnant. That's why we put a hiring freeze so that we can eventually build up a little cash flow so that we can get these programs continuing. But it's not to say they're not doing anything, so that, there is time when there's a little bit of time, then they're given a task to go out and do an initiative. Initiative being, take a first step. Step out there, do something, bring some money in. In the past, the tribal government, we've been so used to, well, I'm going to sit here, I'm going to put in 8 hours, and I'm going to get my pay from this particular sum of money. And I believe in the past, people began to just take from that pie. Wherever you were, there was only one pie. When in fact, we have to have many, many pies, as we say, so that, we can share the wealth, you might say. But when the wealth is not there, there is not an awful lot to be shared. And so that was our task, to go ahead and do a review. Where are you, and what are your aspirations with your department? Given that, the department heads were given a lot of responsibility and authority, which amounts to a lot of accountability. You see, because in my view of what has happened, there wasn't a lot of accountability, there wasn't a lot of responsibility. Things happened. You were taking Paul's money to pay Peter, and that type of thing. So that, again, not to get back to negativism, but to look at how can we run this organization right. We are a professional organization. We have to run this organization like a business. A business does not just sit stagnant and say, in this infrastructure, we have an economy. We do not have an economy as a Crow tribe. An economy means we have infrastructure, we have our roads, our hospitals, we have jobs that are created, that are sustained, so that money is made. We have our grocery stores we go to, and we circulate this money. That's called economy. It includes a bank, it includes the judicial system, it includes the executive branch, it includes the legislatures, because everything in the infrastructure on the Crow reservations needs to be managed threefold. And this is our goal, so that we can put together a program where we can work hand in hand with everyone, beginning with ourselves, so that as CEO, I work directly with the cabinet heads. I have direct supervision over all the cabinet heads, but then I have oversight over the total program, so that there are check and balances throughout. Throughout every department, you'll find a check and you'll find a balance, according to the way we set things up, where there's signature authorities that are determined by the department head, so that no longer can someone need a signature for, let's say, travel, overtime, something, and go someplace else, maybe a CEO or an NEA or whatever it is. You'll need someone to sign, and then you're fine and move ahead. But you know, it creates a lot of chaos in the organization. It's going to create chaos with the program managers, it's going to create chaos with the finance managers, and it creates chaos with the administration and the department heads. And so those are some of the things that we've been working on. And as we got together, then, you know, I mandated a weekly meeting with the cabinets, because I know that there needs to be communication. Communication is key to everything that we do. Because if I, as CEO, had an idea, or if a cabinet had natural resources, let's say, had an idea, it's not going to go forward if we don't discuss it, if we don't talk about it, if we don't make the changes and move it ahead. But then we realized that if we're working with natural resources, there's some economic development happening, then it's not something we're able to do alone. It's something we need to communicate with the finance department. It's something we need to communicate with the Homeland Security. You know, we all work hand in hand. This is the ideas that we brought forward, so that no single department is above any other. No single person is above the other. You know, this is a core belief which I think we would like to strongly adhere to. You know, we were put on this earth to be equal in all that we do. You know, some of us are not higher than anybody else, but a lot of us are working for the people. All of us, in fact, are working for the Crow tribe, so that what we are seeking is job security, job creation, a better way of life for Crow people. And I've not seen that. I've lived here all my life. You know, and I grew up with a lot of my classmates and friends and relatives. You know, a lot of these people are still hurting. They're still wanting jobs. They're still wanting housing. They're still wanting good health care. And, you know, as we look back, we find that, you know, it's there. You know, believe me, people, it's there. It's a matter of some of the people that you hire to go out and get some of this money that's there. If you've ever gone out and looked at the Choctaw, the Oneida, the Meskwaki, some of these people, you know, not just casino Indians, but a lot of Indian tribes who hire people with professionalism, with expertise, education, background, knowledge. They'll go out and bring those monies, and it's for the good of the tribe. It's not for the good of their own pocket, believe me. I've worked with a lot of these people when I was in Kansas City one time working for the Department of Education. I've seen a lot of this, and we, as members of the Crow tribe, are in a better position to go even further with that idea, because we have natural resources. We have a lot of potential which many tribes don't have. For instance, over in Choctaw, I went down in Mississippi one time, and they had a chairman who was there for 20-some years. And, you know, he drove a big Cadillac. And that was fine, you know, because this man, he brought in people, experts who brought in a lot of money. They brought in little munitions factories. They brought in little different types of work. And with that, you know, they brought in a lot of money. It was even before the casino days. And so this man, you know, the tribe had no trouble paying a little extra money, because with that incentive, he was able to go out and bring a lot of money, and every single tribal member was working. And as I visited with these people, they told me they had good houses, and they told me that if a tribal member did not want to work, it's because that person didn't want to work. The money is there, the jobs are there, the security is there, healthcare is there, housing, all of this, this is what we're looking at, because it is available, it is there, but again, it involves working together, coordination and cooperation with all of us. Not just myself and the cabinet heads, but also with the legal department, the senators, the executive, the legislative branch, the legal department, everybody, actually. Now, as I mentioned, the key term again is communication, so that as I put together this once a week mandatory meeting, then I asked the tribal officials to be there before. And they're really good about this because they've been there so that when the cabinet heads decide on, have a decision to make them or a question to ask them, the chairman and vice chair, the secretary, vice secretary, they're there to answer questions directly. You see, so that we're all on the same table, we're all on the same road, let's say, towards recovery. And I think I can term it that way, where in fact we're in a state of recovery right now, we as Crow people. How many are alcoholics from way back? It's kind of like that, believe me. If you drink, you continue to drink and then you get hooked on it, it's very hard to let go. Even when you let go, it's very difficult sometimes. Until you begin to want to do something about it and begin to do it, and it's recovering. And then once you recover, you still need to maintain that attitude of recovery. You still need to maintain that attitude of wanting to continue to pursue forward. So that's where we're going with that. And so we have that meeting every Friday. And I want to invite any of the senators to come and join us sometimes, because you're going to see us again working together, closely together with the communication, direct one-on-one responses to one another, and then with our tribal officials there, we can ask these questions, because at any time, we don't want to start getting into disputes among ourselves, because that's one of the biggest killer of our Indian organizations or our Indian tribe, is that we begin to dispute one another, we don't believe one another, and then the talk gets out so pretty quick, we hate each other. Believe me, one time a friend of mine, a Crow friend, said, what you need to think about Crow Indians is that, if you hate somebody, you're going to hate that person forever. Well, on the other hand, I come from a background where we agree to disagree. It's okay to disagree, because disagreements sometimes will lead to better solutions, because we all have individual ideas. Mine may not be the best. Yours might work a little better. So this is the idea that we come forward with. This is why we have these meetings. This is why I have constant contact with the cabinet heads, and they're good about giving me their weekly reports and these type of things, so that as we move forward, there's no one left in the dark. We all know exactly where we're going. We all know exactly what we want to do in the future. Now, among the changes, there's many that we needed to make, and we're still making those as we move ahead, as far as gaining integrity to the organization and giving it validity it so deserves right now. And so among the changes, just to give you a little brief thing, is that each cabinet head, as I mentioned, is given full responsibility and accountability of the departments and employees, so that in the tribal employees and every department is accountable for their time and efforts on the job, 8 hours per day, 5 days per week. This is accountability. And so we use time sheets, we use sign-in sheets. The 8-hour club days are gone. We decided that a long time ago, but believe me, there's still some hiding out in the woodwork, and they'll stick out their nasty little heads once in a while, and we're going to nip them. That's what we're hoping to do. Because, there's no place for that in any organization we go to. There's no place for that. It's not productive to the tribe. It's not productive to yourself. You have no respect for yourself when you do that. When you take tribal resources, money, time, and then utilize it so that it's not beneficial for the tribe, that is not a good tribal member. So that's what we've been going with that. Now, again, signatures are important. When I came on, people from all over came over and said, hey, you're supposed to sign this. I want my 80 hours. I want leave and that. And I decided I am not going to sign any timesheets. I'll sign 10 timesheets for the 10 cabinet heads, and that's it. That's my accountability. That's my responsibility. And so as we moved ahead with the cabinet heads, they determined from their positions that there is signature authority that you are responsible for, that you are accountable for, so that if your signature is not, if something happens below you in a department someplace on the road, then you are responsible for what has happened, be it financial, be it personnel. You see, so that information came out so that now that all the cabinet heads do know that accountability is key to all we're saying. And so that if something is to happen, then we can nip it by the bud before it even happens. The days of OIG coming in and saying, hey, you bad Indians, you're going to have to pay for this and that, I believe that's going to be gone because we've got people here who are accountable to that program and to those funds and to the personnel to see that these type of things no longer happen. And that is our goal. But again, we all have to work together. We have to work with the legal department. We have to work with the legislators here as the laws, the resolutions, they go forward, that it will help us and it will help you. But bottom line, as it's beneficial for the Crow people. And so with the signature authority, that we've got management within the organization, which I believe is going to work as we continue on with time. Now, there's still much to be done. As I said, we've only been in this about 5 weeks. There's still a lot to be done, but fortunately, the elected officials hire people with background, experience, education, so that, these people know where they want to go. They've did the review, they've done the review, they know where they're at, they know their funding stream, and they know where they want to go with their personnel or lack of. And so even now, as you hear the reports, they're going to say that, there's not a lot of money. But, without any money, we can still be pro-people, we can still have an executive branch, we can still move forward. So this is what we're doing right now. We're still making our progress reports, we're still moving ahead. There are programs who continue on without a lot of changes because the funding stream is federal. The funding stream may be state. You see, so there is a difference, and you hear that from the department heads. So that, as we take this, I realize that there's probably a lot more that could be said, but at this point, we're just still, putting a lot of things together, but I think it's looking a lot better. And at any time, ask the legislators, come visit us, come and look firsthand. Come and see what we're doing in each department. You'll see that they're doing things, they're not just sitting there waiting to pay. They're going to earn their pay. But bottom line, they're going to do the things that they need to do for the members of the Crow tribe. Again, which is the restructuring of the total infrastructure so that it is beneficial for the Crow people. And so given that, I just want to say again, thank you, and I'll bring forward cabinet heads to be there on top.
Go ahead, just call them up.
Okay,
so the order's up to you on how you want to go.
Okay, whoever see, we'll go with Marlon Passes first. He's ready. We call him Ready Marlon. Marlon's head of finance.
Anyway, I'd like to congratulate the elected administration, legislators for yesterday's business. I was very happy to hear that. That's a step forward in the right direction to benefit all 13,000 Salvadoreans. But anyway, now, here for report for the image book, the revenue report, go this. Crow Tribe revenue budget FY13. So anyway, when I first came in here, I told you guys I would stay in communication with you guys as far as the money matters go. And revenue budget, I broke that down into each month, October, November, and December. So at the bottom page, total revenues here, calculate 22,145,866. So the cut goes to December 20th. So based on that budget, we're gonna October, November, December. Although October and November we were still not in here, I was able to pull out the actual revenue and post them in each month. In October, 2,343,679.56 kodak. Kagong November 7, goes to God again, November, I got cash revenue, but that's $797,284.83 kodak. In December, go at the bottom line, $1,806,287.82 kodak. In Bauer Jiga, $4,947,252.20 kodak. In kagunde anyo ka alaga kuna general fund koda ko correct expense report koda de yoge na this sheet right here. And cook every day check it by to make sure that there's not any changes, and I present to you guys the exact dollar amount that we're spending. But if there's any changes, like accruals by something that might have been paid today that has to be posted back into November, get fluctuate, koda. Cook this, change with bahay. And the numbers, I guess I could say I gave him 100% to make this as accurate as possible. Malakwago was well always up, but he do cook cash ball, no expense report for that. My goal, now October and November, 3.6 million code how you before we came on board. And Mazab's net cash flow, wow, gosh, it looked too. Previous administration. But my ultimate goal is to stay in the black on September 30th. So wish me luck on that. EJRI, with good management, I think we can do that as a political entity, a positive change administration. EJRI, October, November, 2,340,000, Kodak, 797,000, Kodak, even how do you? Okay? Next, what our class how much showed the code in the black to do it, September 30th. So, EODA, it be because of good management. Email what they will be, we must forget that. There's going to be no more no's than yes, Mahaji. EOD bagger, Chihuahua Shawa, Kodaga, Abida, the straight route. Na barrier so but yes that's my intentions for this new administration is to keep this accountability, keep it out open with all you guys, and questions they use that feel free. I'll try to answer them in the best way that I can. In regard to the cash flow, page 4 hopefully this is the negotiating stewards prior to December 20th. Negotiating stewards, this is the 500,000. Couldn't all buy you all Mawa guy. This is the clock. You got forest company because that's AKs are there. Aiken and Gum. Even Steve. So that really reduces our cash flow. Great water right, Lori, good idea. Here, cook cage. I'll make it short and sweet. Cook Exeter guy. Questions they use. Well, in all the I'd be more than happy to go over some of these transactions we did. So,
I've got a question.
all right.
We're still wondering, prior to this administration taking office, pertaining to credit, so we're understanding there was a lot of loans that were made, and then when people had left the administration, when they got their annual leave payoff, was anything paid back to the tribe, or do these people still owe money to the tribe? That's what we're wondering
What?
about.
Depending on how much they got, they did take some of them out. Those who owed. Well, how many is actually? Balances go down. The thing about credit, I don't know how to put this, but it was in disarray big time. It was very unprofessional. Okay. There's no, how could I say it? No communication, I guess. And out there, and now all of a sudden people are asking me, like, remember we get a loan, we get a statement from the bank showing how much we paid in and interest, what is it? Go to set now, that wasn't happening. And a cabinet that could Jimmy Stupid and you allow how can we recoup some of this amount that is owed to credit? And Minnesota, I don't know, I don't think it was any minutes. $100 loan, $200 loan, just out of the blue, I went to did that big too. So paper for what I could do, all my GS, I got credit for that. From what I see, I think what's in that computer, all 100 days is when I'm looking at that record, so that as far as credit goes, it's like that. And matter of fact, who like this, you guys need to start working on providing a statement to all your people who owe credit. It's something that we need to do. We need to address that, and we need to start going and start doing that. Because I don't know how many people have outstanding loans and credit. And that is another matter that we really have to work on and try to address it and bring back that accounting back to what it's supposed to be.
Okay, because the reason I ask that is we've talked about there used to be a credit committee. And they would be the ones that would approve these loans. And I remember when I was a middle school kid one time, my dad had taken a loan out from the Donald Stewart administration. And then his per cap, he allowed it to, they somehow took his per cap to pay back the credit because they had done this small loan. Is there something like that we could do? Because the tribe was taken advantage of by an administration, and the tribe needs to be paid back. But if we could get a credit committee established so that they can bring forth the laws that we need to for safeguards for the tribe, then we can start moving forward on it. So that's kind of one request that we're kind of looking at. Let's look at the staff. We're going to have a credit department. We need to have a credit committee if the tribe's going to be doing these loans in the future. But one thing that we're asking on the legislative branch is that there's a credit committee that's established so that they can safeguard. So that just not one person can make that decision.
I think they didn't even have a committee at all. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Right. Just say, well, if you can get it, that. The receivable, with that 1 million, go to waste. 1 million. And it say that. What I mentioned to my bosses was that, let's say we had 500 people in there who had loans. For instance, like, even $25 a page, you do it. That could be 2 pay periods in a month. That could be $50,000 in payroll deduction, right? And maybe in 3 months' time, you can recoup $150,000. It's kind of just a rough figure, but I just, go through that. We do need a committee so that what happened in the past won't happen again. I don't know how long it's going to take to, so as far as the committee knowledge, just goes to legislators or will it be an executive decision?
It would be a resolution coming from the executive side and then coming from this body and then approval through here. Yeah, joint action. So that's what we're requesting, the joint action to establish that. So then, that way, we can get that, I mean, that's what the tribe wants to go that way, then they can go that way, but that's kind of what we're requesting.
Good for starters, I emailed our tribal employees urging them to do payroll deduction. Those who have loans, you at least communicate good by that, come do a payroll deduction. So as far as the response goes, because from what I understand, that's the only way they're going to pay back a lot of money. They said that not too many people were doing a money order or a check or whatever to pay for the loans. So that's the only way we can recoup is to just have them get on the ball and have them do a payroll deduction, have them sign a payroll deduction. But hey, why should I do it? We need that committee. We need that committee. It's going to be a rough going like that first to try to remanage that with professional and financial expertise without that. Okay, on my end, who can allow questions to you is that you guys come on over and you guys want to get some numbers with me on my desk, we can do that. So, hold.
I believe in the future, our revenue chair will have some questions for the CPA as well. Other issues, so
Okay.
Maybe on next quarter or April session, if she can be made available, because another thing we had talked about is that this is before we were approving the budget, we had asked her about doing some 1099s, because these people that were with the past administration, they wanted to get their income tax. So if they're owed to the tribe should submit some 1099 saying that the tribe was owed this much before the IRS releases the
Good, as far as the 1099s go, we are working on them. The previous administration, we have to work on those ones as well as the current administration contracts being due, especially 107 which 1099. So, code law wise.
All right, we have one question from Senator Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Secretary, Vice Chair, members of the body, and the rest of the cabinets. Again, credit. I think our per conversation, you said that credit today, I gave Bobby Soft, I remember. We don't have any laws. And, it's well with, doctoring into there. The checks and balances. For an example, that we've gone through quite a few things here with the past administration. Policy, personnel policy, that they even tried to enforce their personnel policy on us when they started deducting our payroll. And so, but that personnel policy, in that front page of the personnel policy, is that it only pertains to tribal employees that are trying to post that office by the previous finance director, cannot affect this. And what I'm saying is that, I believe, you can do anything that's you're lawless. Past administration, I know that they were lawless. They disregard the lawmakers, they disregard any policies, and that's what you want to do. I mean, I think you're going to be in the wrong business, but to have that accountability and the balance, the checks and balances. The salaries and that, we always talk about that, and I'm not ashamed to even tell you how much I make. I always announce that because I work for the Crow people. I let them know how much I make. And that's what I want to know. And to get all these cabinets, directors, tell us how much they make. I'm already hearing, some of them are making this much, this much, this much. Give to them. What is your making process? You want to be transparent. This is the way of, because this is the Crow people's money. It's not mine. It's not yours. It belongs to all of us. So that's one of the, I can hear a pin drop right now. It's so quiet. Because I'm saying the way it is. So I always said, I wasn't elected to be quiet, but I was elected to ask questions. I will continue to do that. But Idaha and Maria research dedicated Maria for Magic Chase Commune, Zipart by Survey to go ahead. Yage, Kina, Maula, Kirabara Hiko. This is the first time we've ever had this breakdown of how much revenue, cash, and the expenditure sheet. So I applaud you for that. It's 5 weeks or so that he's taken over the finance director, and I believe that's going to help, to bring a healthy government. And, you and I, it's because of money, we get it. But Bashi, you be soup. You, the cloud, Bashi, you soup. It's just so funny, you told that day. And it's just so much better how we bring a service to the tribe. I get Bobby's du hấp về bao là vậy gì biết đâu kìa giá nghe mấy bao chơi với cái hút bao hút khối and hút khối là cái there's no policy credit market with there's no policy. How are you gonna retrieve that money that was given out to loans? I mean, I believe there's ways. I know you know, and that's to go to the banks, first in the state, and see where they cash that money. And then we'll see how much loans are given out. And, that's like a forensic audit, more than anything. And if there's homeless money, but it's not charged. This is 22 million is a lot of money. Yeah. Previously 10 million, and I think other tribes are surviving on 10 million. So, but I'm going to end with that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments. There's been a lot of work putting this together. And for the record, I do make $20 an hour as a finance. I guess the previous finance director was making a lot more than I was. But I'm working for $20 an hour. And I'm trying to make the best of it as I can so that all 13,000 can benefit from these good sound decisions that I'm trying to make. We have coordination. Oh.
Thank you. Floor organized Senator Stewart. I have a question for you.
I had the understanding that George Wilbur was going to bring that over.
Yeah.
The list of the budget dollars and the employee list.
I wasn't aware of that one, but they do have one. I know that for a fact.
And is that the budget dollars?
Yeah. How much of money people are making?
I think that's all that.
Yeah.
They said they weren't afraid to bring forward.
Yeah, they do have a updated.
Officials.
It's on paper, so I'll remind him to maybe make a copy and have it sent over.
Sure. I think they were saying that they were going to bring that. They might have just, forgot too, but I think that was one of the big things that they said they want to be transparent, even for officials included in that.
Okay. All right, well, I'll email him and remind him that what the legislators want. Okay, you're going to go, gentlemen.
All right. Before we have the CEO introduce the next director, we now have a quorum, so I'm going to take roll call before we go into our next speaker. So we'll just stand here for a second. Starting with Senator Two-Legged. We'll call the session to order now. Just a reminder to everyone that once the session is called to order, please turn your cell phones off while we're in session, and then now Robert's Rules of Order will apply as we're in session. So we'll start with roll call.
Two-Legged Buckler.
Pretty big, black lodge.
Good,
Not afraid, Austin needs that. Or the blood grass. Alvin, big one. That's a pretty big one. Come down, good morning.
Both of them, up one.
Auxiliary Creek.
Robert, Mighty Feet.
Both cross from each other.
Shane Reno. We now have 13 senators present. And we are reporting with the executive branch. Now we have to come to our agenda, which shows that the reports are to start with legislative branch, speaker, and secretary of the House, and then committee chairs. But since we've already started the executive branch reports, I'm going to call for a motion to move legislative to the end of the session. Since we've already started with executive branch. Forward on Senator Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, Secretary, members, I'll make that motion to move the committee reports to the end after the executive reports.
Okay. We have a second by Senator Alden. Question by Senator Gozet. All those in favor of that motion, raise your right hand. With a vote of 13 yes, with 0 opposed and 0 abstaining, motion carries. So we will continue on with executive reports. After executive will be judicial. So, Kenny, if you can let judicial know that they'll be up next after executive. Okay. So go ahead and continue on, Mr. CEO, and introduce your next.
Before I introduce the next speaker, I want to thank Senator Gozahead for the question, particularly on transparency, because as we got together, that is one of the key terms that we looked at. As we looked at all the records, we saw that in some of the payroll records, there were people doing the same job making 3 times as much, and it was pretty much hidden. You see, that's transparency that we talk about. So that, as we moved ahead, George, third head of human resources and some of the cabinet heads and the officials, they started getting together and they're aligning all the salaries so that now today we'll find that any maintenance person will be making the same as anywhere else, regardless of who you're related to. And it goes all the way through the line, even with the cabinet heads, it was decided, we all decided that every single cabinet head makes $20 an hour. In the past, you saw some that were making 50, 55, doing a lot less than what we're doing now. And I, as CEO, make 25. So again, transparency is key to what we're doing. There's nothing that's hidden. So I just want to thank you for the remark on transparency, because you'll find that is one of the key terms that we want to use as we hear these reports. That's why in the CEO office, I've got all the reports, everything that comes in, so that it's there in the cabinet. It's the total transparency of the total infrastructure. It's not just one thing or another. You see, so that is a key term we're using, so that anytime you go in, you can look at the records, you can talk with Marlon, you can always find that all the salaries are pretty much aligned. There's no longer favoritism in the salary setup, because we find so much of that. So thanks for the question, and transparency is key to everything we're doing. I want to introduce now Henry Wright, the horse head of
Before you sit down, Mr. Hunter, Senator not afraid of Las Vegas Street.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body, and members, representatives of the executive branch. Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you realize that or not. We've never had a CEO be upfront and honest like Luke Enemy Hunter has today. I've seen 3 administrations. I'm honored to second time around to be here at the branch. I've never ever heard a CEO come forward or any member of the executive branch say, hey, I make this much an hour. This is how much cabinet heads make. I've never seen it. And I wanted to thank you a whole lot. It's a great day to be alive and be a Crow, because we're promoting transparency. My charge is the whole one out here, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
And then that's the horse head of the Crown's County.
Before you start, Mr. Rankhorst, if your reports are brief, we understand because there's a new administration coming in, so don't feel like you neglected your office or that you have to give us a long-winded report. We understand that, you're just not coming, you're 5 weeks into your new administration, and if your reports are brief, it's okay. So just to kind of put everyone at ease right now. So go ahead and proceed, Mr. Right Door.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, Secretary, Vice Chairman. members of the body, and cabinet heads. I got Homeland Security, a cabinet that I established today. And the departments under my cabinet are public safety, dispatch, fire department, plan and logistics, search and rescue. Okay, go. The only DES disaster emergency services. And that department's better function with that DES. Cost share state. Well, I choose the employees usually. Try to choose the usually. I got 3 individuals working right now. And then public safety director, the regular clean house. So he's I got funding 8,000. That's where I'm at with that. Dispatch, big general fund, usually. And we only got 2 dispatchers. Fire department, I think that's very crucial. And dispatch and the public safety is very important for any government to have a public safety office. Fire especially. And outside communities, prior to the fire departments already. Prior to the Wazoo, actually, BIA responded. They had a pumper there, but they didn't pour water on that house. And yesterday was up, and then policies, yesterday, and then BIA, pumpers, I'm gonna take you children, you think I know there's some safety concerns, but that's where we're at in that public safety. And structural fire units, I get usual cut. And we did respond to a vehicle fire, 212 holidays. But vehicle age, and we go cut in that structure. But the was exploded, but exploded. So that's where we're at, and we're not planning logistics of it, search and rescue, I still have to select some people that, like I said, there's no money. But we're doing the best we can right now. Grants, so they're like Chushpa, hiring grants, so they're vehicles, so they're Kamajis, And the next report, I feel that it's going to be a lot better. But the deal, in turn, now public safety, that. But now politics, I gave you a report to do. Now budget be there and manpower ready. You as lawmakers, me as a cabinet head, micro people come first. Their public safety. Now again, and it's time, I think, the legislative, the executive, and judicial step up to the plate and start doing something to protect our people, as well as the resources we have. Again, I don't know. Avoid good by the short by we're faced with that every day. We need to start changing things. I hope.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reisowers, you have a question. Before we're going to Senator Hugs. Speaker.
Okay, residential structure for the larger. I get program and I get there's people out there that are willing to train. I get in communities now, they're willing to train individuals in that community to help to assist. So I get to establish a program at least for volunteers. Usually it's free. We can set something up for volunteers at least, first responders project for the communities. Really work on really cheap.
GS board, I requested them to bring in training, structural fire training so they can be certified. Yeah, and then, extraction team, but I know, certification, once we start bringing the training in, not training neighbors to get certified in that, anybody's welcome to do that. And as long as structural fire ball certified, get out, for insurance purposes, but I did, we want to be covered by that. And like I said, maybe give me about a month. Again, director said I had schedule with him. And no structural fire, they do it. Make sure everybody's welcome. My goal is not department more fire crew all, I want them certified. They like welding fires, so that's cool. Pumpers, so that make sure it's so ball to you. So right now, once we get that grant, and grants there, they don't happen overnight. I'm hiring grants there. I get what choose for. But I said, once we get everything settled, make sure the next report made, hopefully, will be better things to tell you guys. That I got positively, we're trying to move ahead with what we got. Anyone?
Floor organizes Senator Stewart of the Black Watch District.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, Secretary, Vice Chairman, and members, and guests. The question I had was, I believe at one time we were, there was talk, especially during the flood. We had, during ICS meetings, we were having these talks, and eventually, what we were trying to get done, I think, we got the man for the job here, that whether it be the Natural Resources Committee or the Infrastructure, either or, I think it's very important that we establish a DES plan by law, something we can stick with, like what you're saying, everything that's consistent with whether it be fire, tornadoes or whatever, just have a protocol, a plan of action. Because right now without that plan of action, it just turns into a big old mess over there. Everyone's seen it. They established, the ICS team established, the protocols are met. We had different ones, they're tug of warring on power, and we had group here, and group here, and group here. Everybody was trying to do it. And I think, and the other thing too is these ones that lost homes. The reservation is not in compliance with National Flood deal there for these homeowners, their insurance. They're not covered by that National Flood Protection. And I think all we need to do is establish a resolution here by bill or whatever international resolution that recognizes us under that. And at that time, we were talking to the individuals in Bighorn County. The reservation is not covered by that. So if there's ever a flood again, if your homeowner's insurance covers flooding, but yet we don't recognize it here, you're not going to pay for that. And then you're out of luck then, And so it might not happen just here. It could happen all over Bighorn River, whatever. Arrow Creek, just like that flood, everything flooded out. And so I want to make that suggestion to you in the future, moving forward, that possibly we can make that part of something we can bring to the committee and have a discussion on. Start establishing a DES plan and get something initiated so every district is covered, and possibly recognition of the national flood. So that's something I want to bring forward.
How much they didn't utilize that during the last flood? ICS would have lost how much in the past during the Biden administration. At the DES could have we had all the plans.
The last administration, when that flood came, they didn't utilize it. We set plans and not, this is law, and I'm sorry, appreciate this. So we need to start enforcing, let the people know that we mean business. Because they like struggle really between BIA and tribe, they believe that who's gonna be the boss. That's the mother of but you leave. So this agency is gonna do this agency is gonna do that, this agency. Never get it by what people. And when I small last Friday, go to the spa, club up, eat, my chairman did it work she got a strict, British cookies, grandma live. Dialysis, correct, check on football pitch. Mow up. Resources spoiled, that time resources spoiled, all jolly. And cook ICS, garage, Bosco established football that night. In many situations, any given moment, I get a response looked by Kodimas, skeleton crew Kodimas, because of the equipment that we have and breakdowns that we have, and personnel. Maybe we can utilize volunteers if DHO God gave everything we said is in place. It's just that nobody followed it. We already established things like that with FEMA, safety, yes. We're ready to go.
I can respond now. I think, I believe that everything's in place. The people are there. The current chairman, he's well involved. I know that in those areas, but nothing is backed up by tribal law. You gotta bring it. Put it here, and on the proper committee. If there's improvements we need to make, then let's do it. If there's things that don't need to be there, let's take it out. And let's just get a bill here, get it codified by tribal law, because the Bureau of Indian Affairs has to abide by the tribal law. We have to establish it. And then we throw it in there, get it on the floor, we'll get it passed. And that way it makes your position stronger, it makes everybody feel safer, and I think that's the road I think I'd like to suggest. I hope.
Yes, questions anyway.
Yeah, I've got a question. Well, this is pertaining to our old business. We have a resolution that was presented when the vice chair was a senator for the Minefield District. It's the Joint National Resolution of the Co-Tribal Legislature and the Co-Tribal Executive Branch entitled Proposed Memorandum Agreement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service regarding protection of eagles and enforcement of federal and tribal laws against illegal harvesting and trafficking of eagles and eagle parts. We need to know who we can that will go through our Fish and Wildlife Committee, which the chair is Lucky Pilgrims and the secretary is Senator Notterfay of the Bighorn District. That we're just letting you know that whatever directors that will be handling that department will have to come and get in touch with the chairman and the secretary of that committee to get a meeting going so that we can start moving on some of the old business and get it to be made law. Because we have quite a long list of items here that have been returned back to committee to old business. We'd like to get some of these laws passed, but we need for the directors to come to the legislature and start asking for committee meetings. We have the committee meetings, and then that's when the law starts becoming ready for passage out of a session. So either, I don't know if it be through Mr. Reiselhorst or your natural resources, but you guys will kind of come together on that and then get in touch with our committee chair. So that's just something for you to look at, Mr. Reiselhorst.
Thank you. That department will be the Fish and Game Department. We'll be handling that. They're under natural resources.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
I believe that's it.
Thanks for your time. The next question to President Secretary will be for Dana Railbird, Cabinet Head for Education.
Home Speaker of the House, Senators, and that's all again. I'm Cabinet Head for Education. Bilbao siya Sanya Bushu. Bashima siya Bernie Wilburton. And I'm overseeing 3 departments: Education, Administration, Head Start, and the 2 daycares. And I'd like to introduce the staff for Education Department. We have Loretta Friars, Director of Education, Alberta Wall, Crow Tribal Scholarship Funds, Marvin Walking Bear, JOM Coordinator, Director, JR Pro, AVT, Adult Vocational Training Coordinator, and then we have one absence, Tina Pretty on top, is the Higher Ed Coordinator. Those are the administration building staff right there. Then we have, outside of that building, we have Head Start Director Agnes Luftan, and we have Daycare Director is Helen Wilbert. We have funding. I'm going to ramble it off, if that's okay. We have Adult Vocational Training. Funding agency is Bureau of Indian Affairs. Contract number 12AV00409. Funding amount is $260,227.89. And its status is at continuation. We have JOM. Funding source is Bureau of Indian Education. Model contract. Contract number A12AV00410. Funding amount is $140,225. Oh, period of award is for AVT is fiscal year 2013. JOM funding period is October 1st, 2011 to September 30th, 2012, but it's a continuation. The next contract grant name, scholarships, funded by Bureau of Indian Education model contract, contract number A13AV00410. Period of award, October 1st, 2012 to September 30th, 2013. Amount of funding is $750,098.39. Status is at continuation. Next one. Crow Nation at Solid Gap Preschool Language Immersion Project. Funded by the Administration for Native American. Contract number 90-NLD-516-0-1-0000. Funding period is August 1st, 2012 to July 31st, 2013. Amount funded is $282,170, and it's a new, status is new. The next one is Child Care and Development Funds, name of the contract grant. Funding agency is Administration for Children and Families, contract number 600. Period awarded is October 1st, 2012 to September 30th, 2013. Amount funded there is $586,843.59. Status is continuation. The next one is contract grant name is Tribal Education Grant, funded by 107 Boundary Settlement, contract number 150H. Period awarded is October 1st, 2012 to September 30th, 2013. $579,224. Next one, Crow Head Start, funded by Health and Human Services Agency. Contract number 90C1979 7-10. Period of award is July 1st, 2012 to June 30th, 2013. $2,269,446.59. Status is at continuation, plus $29,912 for training and technical assistance planning. One-time award of $3,265 for an AudioX hearing system. Then we have pending status of grant and contract applications. Bureau of Indian Ed model contract pending. Submitted date is pending. JOM. Starting date October 1st, 2012 to September 30th, 2013. Funding requesting $140,000. Funding scholarships. Funding agency Bureau of Indian Ed. Date submitted October 1st, 2012. Starting date will be October 1st, 2012 to September 30th, 2013. Funding requested is $750,098. Continuation. Education is operating at a total funding of $3,862,389. That's my report.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the candidate for education? If not, the education committee chair is Senator Railroad, and his secretary for that committee is Senator Prettypain. For your information, if there's anything that pertains to education that you need to come to this body, that's who you contact for that committee. All right, thank you. Organized Senator Alden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body. Yes, just make one comment on education, especially on the new cabinet head and whatnot. Just to remind that I think that's one of our top priorities is to keep arguing for more funding in education. I mean, prime example is the code bill we passed yesterday. It started out with $50,000, but we kept arguing for more and more, and hopefully, just to remind them that we will keep arguing for more funding in education, so that we can help out. I know there's a lot of unmet needs in education, so like I said, being with our education committee chairman, Senator Railroad here, and help out as much as we can in any way we can.
Thank you. Mr. Enemy Hunter, who will be your next speaker?
Next to presenting you, I have Jacqueline Stewart, Department Candidate for Health and Human Services.
Before she starts her presentation, just reminding you that you're not just reporting to the body of senators. As you come up here, we're on live stream on the internet, so there are people that are watching, and I believe we're just under 100 people that are watching. So you're reporting to the public as well, so just for your information.
Good morning, senators, vice chairman, my peers. And I really to give level cabinet head Health and Human Services the appoint Kurugin Malish and Kusesha homework. Now, to me, this is really a prestigious position, and I learned a lot, and it's very interesting experience, and seeing people in a different light. There are positive aspects, and then I've seen some negativity that comes with the territory. At present, Yage programs good under the umbrella of the Health and Human Services Department. And now program directors go there for pronation wellness and Wilbur Cook. And then in 638 IHS contracts director with a Cordis Iron. And community health program director is open. And then really playing for the social services director. Start cook by be homeless, garage, homeless, failure, again, health, conference, and all good people who could do all could take your phone all day, and cell phones, good at query, what she was probably a tribal, KY, Kagumala, with Health and Human Services, Kukumaka. New Year's Kauaish, going Jimmy Robert officer, Kushpiloch, and computer really, picture really that can be handicapped, could health, to laptop, all the I can get on email now and I can communicate with the powers that be, which has helped. And then full knowledge. Assistant Bay Glennish for she worked for Coronation Wellness and part-time for the Leerkoos resides in York. Now, home care, he beautification, and then he time sheet could be signed, but just the good deal sake. And I didn't have a problem with saying no to stop the continuation of the 80-hour club. And we can't maintain that place as a flop house. That's my opinion of that place. They need to be accountable. They need to do treatment. And anybody is by Shisham. But you're scared, it's really good. And you know what changes? Havik, they give a Havik, but they do no what changes. Cheer, or charge. Morals, they do. Like a knowledge for I destroy your life. But they wish they reach as a good. Okay, good Hagar, these are should good. Equal is such left job. Good. And it's not a pretty sight. And that's how devastating that is. And and if I were to compare working with meth addicts and alcoholics they're treatable. You go for you guys' sake, and mess good morals, so you do spirituality, or you treat it good. I'm all going to talk, I'm going to talk the sugar, and then here get your prescription meds you can go in hospital, Coronation Wellness, there was always people that were there, hanging around the halls, wanting to buy meds from some people who were just coming out of the clinic, and they were like vultures. I'm sure you know some of them. And my personality with meth and prescription drug addicts. And by Shiguk, in their addiction, because they have some of those that I leave out there. And meth addicts and prescription drug addicts, so they are going to jail. And but it's treatable. Waluani, it can be done. And Kodalak, reservation law is pervasive. And Korea in that crime rate, Korea charge. Because addicts, meth addicts, Korea, Bahi, Kalagun, their withdrawal, DTs, it's worse than an alcoholic going through their DTs and alcoholism. And withdrawal, cold charge gastric, because people can die from that. And other substances, withdrawal, it lasts some longer. They get really uncomfortable, but they don't die. Withdrawal, the charge. Detox followed, and detox we have to send them to where Riverton, that's not a safe place. Yellowstone County, they want again Rimrock Foundation. Treatment use of that. So if you send a client to the detox there, just for detox, they have to be living in Yellowstone County. Detox, good treatment, alcohol, and then the other place that does detox is Great Falls, good treatment facility. And then detox could be good care on the reservation. Homeless, we need a homeless shelter. And the ladies follow Chishkari, and positive change, they're not in it for themselves. And, I'm so glad that these young men were elected in. Going on with my report, senior citizens, I inherited that program and make Crow there, Mary Jane Vertigan, co-director, but I was fairly new over there. And they managed to gain a woman's occupation facility out Hawaii, it's so good. Ichigasu. And in other facilities, prior to get this put by like Watchgas, Kologio, Waiola needs one too, and these other districts that are without one, they need a senior citizens place to go to. Nursing home, Waikua Lodge, nursing home. Last week, could visit Cookbook and toured with me Cube. And me Carla, medicine horse, mainly, co-director, and co-ship board, co-bishop. And co-board could inactive for quite a while. And we need to get that up and running. And the former chairman was the one that selected people to be on that board. And Chairman Okai probably needs to resign or keep some on and do something about getting that board up and running. And in reservation law, there's no adult protection team. There's some people that are abusive toward their elderly, and an adult protection team that they can intervene on their behalf, and that doesn't need to happen. Child protection team, having an adult protection team is needed on the reservation. And then Monday Village Health Director Todd Wilson, Shannon Plain for their assistant AGP. I just couldn't meeting could deal on the PL 9368 tribal health contract. and non-compliance issue. And in narrative reports, go to 2010, 2011, and 2012, the 207 to 209, how much policy aid came. The last 3 years, 10, 11, and 12, Leanne submit projects, so that's taken care of. Prior to her being there, Ada White Cook, and they should, those reports were submitted at Aiza's Grace Sagrada, and we will get those in place. And the stick one, meeting it was good, they were helpful, and issues that were brought up at that time is movers they don't match the contract to, and they make copies for us. And we Kathleen Adams for the meeting was to do next week, Wednesday. So Kathleen and Todd and I will be meeting with them. And tomorrow at 12, to go stuck. And they're going to help us get that in place and help us get the contracts in order and scan copies of the mods for us. Punctuality, timeliness, and attendance. Program directors could really remind people of Greek because we have to set the standard. And I feel bad for people who have made working for the Crow tribe a career. However, maybe they never had the training to go off reservation. Maybe they're afraid to go off reservation and get a real job for whatever reason. And if you're giving corrective feedback, you can't go straight to the top and wind around. Be correct to do it. You have to implement that feedback. And they follow what they say. And they'll write you up. Third time they all can go, so they should do it. Having timeliness, attendance, so that stress football, there's some that are coming around and they're pretty good about their attendance. There's some that are still trying to hang on to the 80-hour club. And I think all of the cabinet head members are working together on eliminating that. And I wanted to commend my peer, Butch Herrera, because he refused to sign the 2 timesheets last week, and those individuals went around going from the top to personnel to just different people to get it signed. And yes, and I thought that was wonderful because that's setting the standard. And in the chain of command, reinforce and they try to be manipulative in different ways. If they come to me, I send them back to Todd Dishpati to go. He's the one that will keep me informed. And in communication, very important for Kashi to be honest and front with each other. Within a month, training is put in coordination wellness with substance abuse. They're setting it up. Ethics, confidentiality, and professionalism. And I believe that both programs need that because they work with a population on both ends. Both programs coordinate. And Indian Child Welfare Act, good important, good project. And I understand because they don't understand how powerful that act is. And in the short time that I've been here, I've found out that 4 kids were adopted out to non-Indian homes and co-op. That to me, that should never happen because of sorrow. And why didn't they pursue homes for needed for within their own family system. And then is actually vice chairman now, family friend, but you get away and the kickers, we feel this one. And if we partner with the Northern Cheyenne, maybe we can buy another child here. We can share a treatment facility there. And it has 3 wings. We could have a center, a wing for detox. We could have a wing there for men and then women. And I think that is a viable thing to do. And then, social services, could they need to recruit more Crow foster homes? So if you know families, encourage them to see, again, coalition social services to get licenses so that we can keep our Crow children here on the reservation. And, the former cabinet head for Health and Human Services, Bashida Henry Shluk, and if the Crow tribal officials requested an investigation of IHS to Max Baucus's office, they were waiting for that. And in the previous administration, and I think it was because of personal reasons that they had. And he wanted me to make sure that I passed on this information to the officials. And I think I emailed them. That's the end of my report. Any questions?
Any questions, Senators? If there's no questions, I can just let you know that our Health and Human Services Committee Chairman is Senator Not Afraid of the Lodge Grass District. And his secretary, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, is Senator Pretty Paint of the Black Lodge District. So if any issues or laws or anything like that pertaining to your department, you can get in touch with those 2 senators.
Next to present here will be the candidate for Crow Reservation, Carl Willow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the legislatures and the community. As our CEO said, I'm the cabinet head for residential and renovation, and also I'm the executive director for the Housing Authority. And as Senator Not Afraid from Oshkosh said, this is historic day to have the cabinet members here presenting. And it's also historic day that this is the first time the executive director of the Housing Authority ever been in this body here. And, I think that's a good start. As a cabinet head for this area, I oversee the Housing Authority, I oversee home improvement program, and Good Earth Lodge, as well as from called Pressburg. On December 4th, when I was appointed in this position, one of the first objectives that Chairman Oakhow presented to me was, he said, this is going to be the biggest challenge because you're going to do a lot of house cleaning. Right now, these programs, the left arm don't know what the right arm is doing. And I said, all right, I can tackle it, but as long as I have the support. And one of the first things I noticed as a trained manager in strategic planning, I noticed that there was no efficient and effective oversight over these programs. So I said, well, since I'm going to oversee these programs, I'm going to house them under one roof so I can monitor my crews and keep my managers accountable. And I have 2 of my directors here. I have Director Greg Hogan that overseeing HIP, and I have Director Sylvester Nelson overseeing the Peter Clouds project. So within my own cabinet, I'm overseeing 68 employees. And one of the first things I did was I created an organization structure where I can keep folks accountable. Of Chairman O'Kyle or any members of the legislature ask me a question, I can get that answered for you ASAP. on December 28th, I believe, one of my first things I asked the chairman, I said, we need to get to HUD. We need to get communications open and get our name out there. So I reached out to HUD down in Denver, and they were anxious. They said, we really want you here. We need to get to work with you. We need this partnership going. So at the time, Vice Secretary Backbone, Senator C.J. Stewart, and Senator Hugs, and myself, we met with HUD Northern Plains Regional Manager, the grant specialist that's in charge of working with the donation. And one of the things I explained to them was my vision of what I feel needs to be accomplished with our services and with the federal monies that we're receiving. And a lot of that was, being transparent, getting away from this conflict of interest and the bias that's always happening with these programs. Anyone that's within these programs, their inner circles are the ones that are getting the services or the homes, and that's what I wanted to get away from. And they were real thrilled because that's what they keep penalizing us about was, we're giving you this money, but you're not efficiently using it for your tribe. And that's where I was at. And so I explained to them, I laid everything on the table, I didn't want to hide anything, but I made it clear that I didn't want to inherit any negativity or any decisions that were made prior to us taking office. Because there's a lot of, excessive spending that occurred, which is unfortunate. And one of them is the meth diversion program. That's a really sore thumb for the housing authority because there's a lot of money that was spent that could have been used in the community. And I know it's public knowledge that the program was just out of control with their spending. So, that's something that I'm glad that, unfortunately the money was fully spent on that program, but, one of the things I'm trying to do is get back those monies back so we can use them to what they were intended for. My goals for the housing authority is to improve our rating score. And that's one of the things that HUD Regional is working with me right now. They just literally told me, you need to do these items in order to improve our score. What I mean by rating score, they use rating score to determine how much money you should be receiving when you apply for these grants. And there's other grants that are out there, but you won't qualify unless your rating score is a certain level. And the housing authorities in the state of Montana were second to last on the rating score. Our neighbors to the east here, Northern Cheyenne, are rated number 2. And so that's one of the things that I'm collaborating with the Northern Cheyenne Housing Authority is I'm not going to return the wheel. I'm going to work with them, learn from them, and see what they're doing. At the same time, I'm using some of my own expertise in management to improve our efficiencies. And a lot of that was, I changed the organization chart where there's accounting controls, internal controls, where I can monitor everything that's going on. Especially in the area of procurement. Housing authority, their procurement and their construction projects, there's nothing that was controlling it. It seemed like when I first came in, whoever wanted to order something was ordered. When it came into the doors, where did it go? So one of the things I separated was the procurement procedures and the construction side of things. They're not working under one another. They're both separate branches. That way there's a check and balance. And our inventory of, property that we order is inventory, and I'm, strictly controlling that as well. One of the things my staff probably thinks is, man, this guy's a control freak. But I had to do that. That was something that had to be done because I wanted to set the standard that we're accountable for everything that comes in and out of our doors. That's the least that we can do for the poor people. And that's just the housing authority. And I'll kind of explain about some of the reports for housing authority, and I'll go to the HIP, and then I'll go to Pressburg. So, I'm hoping that you guys do have some questions. I did meet with the representatives from Black Lodge. They stopped by and, kind of gave me their vision, which I noted, and I welcome that to this body because one of the things I find myself that I learned is no one really knew what housing was about. All we knew was there. And employees were there, but the general community, even our own tenants didn't know what was going on there. So I'm starting to, be proactive and be more transparent to our tenants and to the clients that we serve so they'll want to come to inside our doors and utilize our services and start, playing a role in this collaboration between the housing authority and our tenants. Here are some of my goals. Right now, I'm still reviewing and updating internal operations policy. When we met in Denver, I told them that I'm going to make all these changes, especially in regards to our internal housing policy and our board policy, because in the past, our board was the housing board was very inefficient because there was a lot of conflict of interest. So I'm going to make it to where every board member that comes in knows what their role is. They're not overstepping their own boundaries, and there's a good working relationship between the housing board and the executive director. So that way, a board is not trying to overstep the day-to-day operations, and the executive director still has to work with the board. So those are some of the things that I'm currently working on right now. And, on a long-term note, one of the things that I'll be working with is, I don't know where Senator T.J. Stewart was, is, begin to review this housing ordinance that is in place, that's kind of the foundation for the housing program. It's very outdated. I think it was written in the early 70s. And so those are some of the things that I'm starting to look at. So for now, I'm, trying to attack some of these short-term goals. Another goal I have is getting our tenants in compliance. What I mean by compliance is they're leasing their homes right now with the housing authority. Helping them fill out their paperwork. One of the findings that HUD has with the housing authority is that we don't verify tenants' incomes. If you go to billings and you go through a Section 8 program, you have to verify your income. And it's no different here as well. And so we're starting to update our files. And then the other finding that they recommend is coming up with a very efficient file management system. If you ever go into housing prior to us coming, there's file cabinets, there's boxes of files everywhere. One of the things I had my team go in there is, how can we efficiently go into a room and find that file without having to search for days for it. So we made a lot of changes in regards to that, and a lot of that is because there was no direction. We're addressing a backlog of work orders. That's one of the issues biggest complaint I probably have from tenants is, we go to housing, we ask for requests to be done on our work, but we never hear from you. And so that's one of the things I'm working on, is from the day that we took office to now, we completed 95 work orders. Prior to us arriving, there was 6 months prior to us arriving, we only did 16 work orders. So that's what I was facing, and I'm hoping that if I can get my maintenance team to begin addressing these work orders, that tenants will want to come and start, doing their part as a tenant. One of the things that I'm working on is I'm seeking comprehensive data and assessing our current housing stock. That way I can create a long-term strategic plan that's going to give us a roadmap, because there's not really much data out there about our inventory of houses. I believe we have 202 low rental units, 169 mutual help units, and I'm still identifying them, because there's really no record keeping up that. And a lot of these houses, some of them are abandoned. I instructed my team, they need to locate any abandoned house that's under the housing authority. Once we identify where they are throughout the reservations, I want to go in there and assess them. Is it repairable? Can we get a family in there? Is it feasible? Those are some of the questions that I'm looking at for the long term. I'm trying to collaborate with the infrastructure managers of the reservation, whether they're tribal or VI, water resources, roads, housing authority, any manager that has something to do with infrastructure. I'm trying to collaborate with them so our plans are together, because I was looking at plans, I was working with the infrastructure manager, and the first response, especially it was from VIA, that's your guys' area. That's something that you're responsible. And I don't think that's the way we should be working. We need to all collaborate. That way we have our plans are all in conjunction with one another. We're all serving the tribe in a more efficient manner. So that's something that I'm really pressuring other pressure managers to do. Prior to my arrival here at the tribe, I was a fundraiser for St. Labrie. As you know, St. Labrie is noted for their fundraising, and that's what I was in charge of, was going out there and, finding those large gifts for the organization. And that mentality is still in my head, so now I'm utilizing those fundraising skills to actively go out and seek partners or investors or grantors that want to contribute in addressing our housing issues. And tomorrow I invited some folks down to begin to showcase our Good Earth Lodges project up on the subdivision. So I'm slowly doing that, and I know, I'll tell you this right now, HUD is not going to be our solution to addressing our housing issue. HUD alone is not. We're going to have to go out there and actually find private monies right now that are willing to help us, and that's one of the things that I'm working on right now. There was a partnership with the University of Colorado, the Department of Civil, Environmental, and Architecture and Engineering. There was a partnership at one time, but the previous administration kind of, didn't really work with them. They didn't utilize them. I brought them back on board. They're willing to, pour their resources, their experts, to help us begin with this planning. And I noticed one of the first things that I was doing in my office is planning. And that's one of the biggest issues that we deal with on reservations. We don't plan, long-term plan. So that's why I'm hoping that I can utilize these folks to begin to help me strategic plan and utilize our resources in an efficient manner. Also, I'm working with the U.S. Department of Interior, Division of Energy and Mineral Development, their Economic Development Office. And they're kind of on board because I'm working with the University of Colorado. So those two entities are kind of some of my initial partners that I'm bringing on board. And I believe Senator Stewart met their representatives during our time in Denver and Senator House. As a manager, I am training my staff to be up to par with HUD regulations because there's some changes that just occurred in December that they need to be aware of. And I always say, well, we're trying to get our tenants in compliance and we don't even know their own regulations. How can we help someone to get in compliance? So I'm trying to find training opportunities for them. My to-do list is working with Senator Okro and working with some water user issues that they're dealing with the city and the housing up on top of the hill. Some of the tenants are being overly charged and with the city. And so what I'm hoping to do is if I can represent all the tenants of the housing subdivision up on top of the hill, I'll have more leverage in getting a better rate and that's something that I'll be in touch with you, Senator Okro. I'm going to reach out to a little bit more in college and, really be a sweet will in terms that they'll change some of their programs that they offer to meet the needs of the Crow tribe. Because when I'm looking at applications, everyone wants a job. Everyone says, oh, I'm a carpenter, I'm this, whatnot. I'm sure you are, but do you have any certificates, any diplomas, anything to back that name? And a lot of, they're good workers too, but they don't really have no formal training or certificates to back that up. So I'm hoping that if I can work with Little Big College, they'll offer some vocational training opportunities so we can, offer those formal training. I know everyone likes to talk finances and transparency, which I appreciate. My Laker fan brother over here, that about, for the record, I didn't make $25 an hour. I took a 50% pay cut from my last job, but out of good faith for the Crow people, I was willing to accept that. And the finances for the Crow Tribal Housing Authority, our grant was for $3 million and $5,000. And unfortunately, every year we have to pay HUD back $189,000 because our tenants are out of compliance. They're not making their payments, even at $25 a month, because we really never enforced it. And I know that's why I'm going to be the bad guy, but I'm reaching out to our tenants and saying, make your payments, we'll work with you. We don't want to penalize you, but you're going to have to do your part, so that way all the housing authority tenants aren't, being penalized, because that's why I look at it. From October to November, $1.4 million was spent. A lot of that was from the meth prevention program. There's a lot of excessive spending. And when I took office, just December alone, I used $95,000. The reason why I was able to save money is because I decreased everyone's salary. Previous executive director made $45 an hour. So just cutting down salaries. By law, our administration and planning costs has to be at 20% of our overall budget. And when I was going back, sometimes it was up to 30%. And that was all salaries. So now we're back to 18%. Like I said, I'm trying to get on the good side of HUD so they'll be willing to work with us. And right now, with the housing authority budget, I have $1.2 million to work with through September, which is not much. And that's the question: how come you're not building no houses? How come you're not building this? The money's there. We've got to improve our rating score, so in the long run we can build new houses with this grant rather than continue to be penalized all the time. Any questions for the housing authority before I move on to the bigger?
Floor recognized Senator Stewart from the Black Bucks District.
Hello, Speaker, Secretary, Vice Chairman, members, guests. This question, we brought it up at one time, and I believe I spoke to Mr. Goodall about this. The housing as it stands right now with the housing ordinance is in full recognition of the 1948 Constitution and bylaws. There's no supporting language in there for the HOSTA. And I think the last time it was amended was, it was 1977. It was established in 1953. And I think we're due for a brand new one. There's a lot of housing authorities out there. And talking with HUD at one time, they referred us to the Flatheads looking at their housing ordinance. And so this is something that I want to put on your radar. That's something that we would like to see. I'd like to see that done, because right now we complain about the same things over and over again every year, but we're not courageous enough to make those changes. We're talking about the TARs, and I was working there. We dealt with that. We had $2 million in TARs, and trying to help the people, but yet there was always that the TARs that kept us from receiving and retrieving those funds. There was always a bad part for us to get those funding. Trying to get somebody's house, roof, and all that, everything. And it was ones that actually paid, but it was the ones that didn't pay that kept us down. And it was tough. And right now you got, it's been expressed that there's 5 households living under one roof. And when you look at your voter base, 18 to 39, it's those ones that don't have a house. And these older ones are the ones that have a house, but they don't pay. Now, if you got 5 households in that under that one roof, they could pay $25, being transparent, I pay $1,000 a month for my mortgage, insurance and everything included. And I had to go out and seek that funding on my own. And it wasn't easy. I had to fish out a lot of moss under the 184 program. And that's a very good program that supports your land and trust. Doesn't try to take it out of doesn't wait any of your sovereignty. It supports it. And so that was something that I had to go through to get that done. And so I'm an advocate for that. Being a part of that, working with housing before. But every time it kind of comes down to this, when you look at the root of every problem, where's the origin of the problem, and start looking at it? Your ordinance is outdated. It's not in support of the 2001 Constitution. And I think it's high time we bring the committee and start having this discussion. I brought it out with Mr. Reitzhorst about the national flood insurance issue. We're not even in compliance with that, so, I know the previous chairman always said, well, we'll go to America. I guess if you want to crack the jack insurance, go to America. You know, but even at that, with FEMA, you know, there was no plan in place, there was nothing specified, there was really no, it was kind of a wide open area. You got American Red Cross coming in, and there was no structure in place to assist. You know, they just kind of came in, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. They said it, but you know, there was nothing in place for housing. At that same time, they housing kind of threw this in my face. We were invited over there. They had a meth concert and stuff, cookout, and we had to sit down. I and him had to sit down. And he was at the time. He's our national representative under the Obama administration for policy making for this whole area. And during that flood, he said, during that flood, you guys got flooded out over there. All in all, they received $1.3 million in funding for, they claimed, what was it, like damages and being in the flood. They might have been in the rain, but I don't think they got hit like we did. You know, even your housing authority was, you know, the waters were coming up to that. We didn't have to have that problem, but we never got nothing. I think by the time we finally looked into it, it was said that we only received 300,000. But then again, it goes back to the cars. We have those issues, and our housing ordinance is non-supportive of the current law as the same. And so I think that's something that right now, that if we go that route, what's the pros and cons? You know, let's look at it. Overall, for the people, you know, the people need homes. The people in the current homes need maintenance and repair, and if there's an avenue for them to get their houses fixed and pay for it through the housing, being a nonprofit, then I think that'd be great. Be supporting your programs. It's just something that I like to suggest. It's very needed, and I think the community's ready.
Thank you so much, Senator. As I stated in my goals, that is one of them. Because I think you stepped out when I mentioned that in my report that I do want to update that housing ordinance, and you know, one of the things that I'm taking the initiative is to reach out to you and your committee to begin to explore how we can update that. You know, I'm not gonna probably address it, not now, probably about another 2 months if you can give me some time to get my house in order. And then you make a good point regarding, you know, the national flood insurance that's out there. When I was living in Ashland, my house was covered under the flood insurance, but right across the river on the northern China side, they weren't covered by national flood insurance, and that's only 10 feet away. You know, and that's how the whole road restriction is as well. So I think that's something that, you know, we can address with some of my colleagues and begin exploring how we can get the reservation under the national flood insurance policy, so we can qualify for that.
Okay, the floor recognizes Senator Notter of the Los Angeles District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the body. Carl, we'll report that. And it's just food for thought for my colleagues, food for thought for members watching live stream. Hey, Carl, Vaje, good. From years of delinquency, which we don't hold each other accountable to pay bills. And when we don't do that, the collective of we suffer. It's time that we start holding one another accountable to pay bills, to pay rent that's due, and we've got to set a standard. Because we're not holding each other accountable, we can't build new homes. We can't bring in new money. You pay your bills on time, you're employed, you're good stewards. We need to reward good behavior. And if we do that, then we all benefit. Lage, Carlos, Lage Gupta, I'm sure when he starts enforcing the law and starts handing out eviction notices sooner or later, there's going to be backlash. And Salo again, we've got to take a stand and say, all right, well, we've got to all hold each other accountable and make it right. If we don't, then we all suffer. Those are things that we need to consider to benefit all. That's just a comment that I have, Mr. Speaker. Oh.
All right, thank you. Floor recognizes Vice Chair of the Executive Branch, Dan Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body. The question I had for Mr. Littlewell is, we all know that there's probably, a lot of people who are delinquent who haven't paid a cent towards their home. Is there any way, and too, I also understand that a lot of these people may not have had the means to pay. They may have been unemployed or whatever, and I don't know how that goes or whatever. If not, is there a way that some of these individuals who may work for the tribe or BIA or IHS or say Westmoreland Resources or Cloud Peak Energy that you can have a payroll deduction taken from their paycheck if they so request to try to get us back up to par as far as our living goes? Because I heard Representative Stewart talk about Friday, and I know a little bit about that. They go over there and their housing authority is I don't know. I mean, I don't want to move up there or anything, but from what I hear, it's one of the top ones around. And see, they're able to give to these homes to non-tribal members. You don't have to be a member of SKC tribe to live there. You don't have to be there as long as you fill out the paperwork and do whatever, jump through the hoops. Because I know there are a few Crow enrolled members who have no affiliation with the tribe, but yet they live in their homes. And we all know that housing is a shortage here. That's a big problem that we have. But I don't see, if everybody does their job, buckles down and does it, I think that there's no reason why we can't be just as good or better than they are. So that was, a question that I had for you as far as payroll deduction goes.
You can make a valid point, Mr. Chairman. One of the first things that I did was I went through all our tenant lists, every district. And I think I ran this by the cabinet meeting at one time. In front of our cabinet was the CEO, that I said, I already know there's some tenants that are tribal workers, so I know they have income. And I said, let's start this as the beginning where I can, begin to work with tribal employees and helping them make their payments. Like I said, I'm not gonna go out there and, force them to be, throw someone out on the street, but at the same time, tenants need to meet me halfway. As long as I have something in documentation where they come in and say, I'm kind of economic dilemma right now, is there something that you can work with me? I was unemployed, whatever the excuse is, we're willing to work with them. But from my standpoint, I need something in writing. That way, when HUD is reviewing our operations, they're seeing me working with my tenants, and my tenants are actively working with the housing authority. And our next step is IHS and BIA. And one of the things that I found was that federal employees are actually held to a higher standard when they're living in a HUD-owned home. When they're out of compliance and they have an outstanding, accounts payable bill, that can penalize their employment because they're held to a higher standard because they're federal employees. But we're not gonna, overly pursue it. We're slowly working it. Right now I'm working with the superintendent and with the executive director at IHS as well, and say, we know there's employees that work here, there's something that we can collaborate with on so we can begin to help some of these employees make their bills. And that probably be through payroll reduction as well. And you mentioned state of Scrutiny Housing Authority. They're number one in the state of Montana right now, and number two is Northern Cheyenne. So those are some of the things that I'm trying to work on. Is how can we improve as a housing authority? It's not going to happen just probably fiscal year. It's going to probably be about another year and a half before we start to see some of the fruit of the changes that we're making right now. But it's a start, and like Senator Godfrey from Oshkosh said, it's going to be support from this branch and support from the officials and support from the community, how we can get there. I can get the framework going, and I don't mind being an enforcer, but it's going to take a collaborative effort in terms of, supporting, trying to get our rating system up. Any questions for the housing?
Floor recognizes Senator Stewart.
I just want to make a statement, as the infrastructure chairman, I just want to pledge my support, because I know that it's not going to be over, it's not going to be done in, overnight, weekend, next year, next month, 2 months, whatever. It's not going to be done in that manner. We're going to have to work towards that. And that's all I want to start establishing a direction, and not, like you said, let's start working towards that. That's all I'm asking. That's, in my mind, that's 180 degrees from where we were at before, So, that's all I'm saying. That's my support. It helps.
Okay, floor recognizes Senator Vincent Crookedarm of the Bighorn District.
Thank you, Speaker. That'd be held on days ago. 1987 Code Law, the Bighorn District. The eviction policy exercise purposes. The eviction policy, every England exercise purposes. The eviction policy, we're going to Denver and ask them what's the eviction policy is. And they told me, they said, the first payment we missed, gave a letter, gave a notice. The second, if you didn't pay the second payment, gave another notice. After that, you're going to board up your house. How do we get it back? Well, you got to negotiate. Board. You negotiate and you pay that bill to give them the house back to you. And you got to give the policy for it. And then they're asking them how does the eviction policy stated. They told me the eviction policy, every Indian saying that's the reason why they get their house. You pay $100 a month. That $50 goes to your service. That means you type, everything comes to the order, this order they fix it for you. And the rest of it goes to your payment. And that payment goes to you, then you get more housing for the district. That's the reason. We didn't exercise eviction policy. That's the reason why we didn't pay anything. We asked them you get any housing on the table, you don't create an eviction policy. That's it. That's it. So, thank you.
You make a good point, Senator Crookedarm, and that is correct. We do have a eviction policy that we never enforce because no one had the courage to take a political hit. Because that's what it basically comes down to. You turn around and start evicting folks that are delinquents, there's going to be a backlash. But, I think of where, if I'm out there educating our tenants and willing to work with them and even walk with them through the paperwork and, look at what kind of resources they have and begin to work with them, educating them, that I'm not out there to throw them out on the street. I think they, that's in one approach I'm working, but, push comes to shove, tenants don't want to work with us. I think we will have to get to that point where we do, evict folks. And Northern Cheyenne tribe, I don't know if you knew that, but at one time they evicted their tribal president because they were out of delinquent. And that sent a really strong message to the people that, we're willing to evict our tribal chairman, we'll evict any of our tenants, but it sent a strong message. I'll move on to the Bitter Lodges report. Right now, as you can see, up on top of the hill by the cemetery, there's 7 press brick units that are being built. I believe 4 of them have roofs. The other 3 units are still being in construction. Unfortunately, this program, had a lack of leadership prior to us taking over. And there was, when I was in Ashland, we built the dorm in 1 year. 84 bed dorm in less than a year. And the question is, how come we can't build 7 houses in, I don't know when it started. And so one of the things I've seen was there's no leadership. And, part of that program was an 80-hour club too. And we really put a stop to, who wants to work and who's going to get the job done. Unfortunately, Bitter Lodges, their budget is down to pennies now. We're dipping into the general fund, and with the chairman's approval, that we are dipping the general fund. But one of the things I'm doing right now, like I said, tomorrow I'm bringing in the folks of potential grantors that are thinking about sponsoring us for 14 to 15 homes. And I'm showcasing from the start to the finished product, and also our operations. When I used to be a fundraiser, one of the first questions is, how are you handling your money? How are you going to use my money wisely? How are you going to get the job done? And so that's my job tomorrow, what I'm going to build, what the end result is, and how I'm going to efficiently use their resources. And I believe the University of Colorado is going to be on hand for me to support me in making a good showcase for that program. One of the first things I noticed when I was looking at this program was there's no infrastructure plans. We couldn't find nothing. 4 are the sewage lines, 4 are the electrical lines supposed to be, 4 is the water coming in. There's nothing. We couldn't find nothing. So, we've been on a scavenger hunt, and we found one former employee that was, laid off by the previous administration, and we're fortunate he knew where the plans were. And I had my director, he didn't have a ride in Billings, so first thing I had to tell my director, I said, get in a vehicle and go to Billings and bring him down here. And that's what we did. And he showed us where everything is, and we're collaborating with Rose and Public Works, my colleague Larry Pinus, to get to see if these plans are, efficient, and we need to make adjustments. So that's where we're at with that, and we're hoping that, we can build more homes in there. So that's the goal. Any questions with Bitter Lodges?
We'll recognize Senator Huggins.
The press brick project, when we first tackled it 3 or 4 years ago, we had a vision of building one in each district, for a model home where people were interested, that at least they'll have a first-hand look at these press brick homes. And my question is, are you guys still looking possibly building homes on in districts that well prior?
Yep, and that's one of the plans that I'm going to be showcasing tomorrow to, these group of people that I'm bringing is, not only are we focusing on the subdivision for co-agency, but actually the next on this was on prior. So, there was a proposal out there for 5 homes in prior, but, as soon as it can, secure some funding for that. Not only that, for this brick home project, just building homes in general, but it's also a revenue opportunity. I think like a investor, and there's a green movement out there in the country. Everyone wants to go green, or everyone wants to be economic or environmentally friendly. And I was talking to some of my networks out east, and they're like, how come you don't sell this model as these bricks? There's a lot of environmentalists out there that would love to have to live in a home like that. So those are some of the things that if I can go out there and find someone that's willing to purchase our bricks and use the same model that we're using, we can use that as a revenue stream to continue this program as a to sustain it. And those are just some ideas that are.
Yeah, on that, when we started the first spurt, we looked at all the avenues, and I even went to Home Depot, talked to the manager at Home Depot here in Billings, and they were willing to take in the bricks, but it was going to be a certain amount, and the demand got crazy that we up to it to create that demand. So it is out there.
One thing that I forget to mention is these homes they cost less to maintain in the long run. A HUD house that we built, stick house or modular, would cost more money to maintain in the long run than it does a brick house home. So that saves not only the housing authority but the tenant money as well. I had a meeting with two senators from Black Lodge, and some of their ideas that they mentioned about, how come we don't have a little community that's close enough to Hardin so we can utilize their services, their infrastructure there. And if they didn't come to me and visit with me, that wouldn't have been my radar. So if there's any senators out there that are beginning to think about your own communities, stop by the office and begin to get that on my radar. So as I'm starting to think about my strategic plan, I know what kind of ideas that the needs that you have in your own community. I'll move on with the HIP program. I didn't want to take too much time, but I know this is the first time that the executive director has been here before, so I kind of wanted to thoroughly explain myself and some of the projects I'm working on. Unfortunately, HIP program was one of those programs too that didn't have no leadership prior to us taking office, and now we had to get our fiscal house in order for that program. There was homes that were supposed to be renovated that never get renovated. They get started, never finished. And right now I have my director really working where I'm going to contract out an inspector. For this inspector knows every phase of construction from the foundation on up until someone can move in, and signing off on each phase in order to improve the quality of our projects. And that's something that I'm really trying to work on. That's how I've done any other project that I worked on. And that keeps my crew in check as well to make sure they're not cutting corners. And, in the future, if something ever happens to that house, we're not liable for it. Some of the houses that have burned in the past on the reservation, unfortunately, were electrical issues. And one of the things I'm looking at, if I can improve the quality of our projects, we won't have those types of issues, and that liability is, mitigated. We're currently working on 6 houses, I believe. 3 were. Just 1 second, let me get my report here in order. Through the general fund, we're budgeted 20 units for maintenance and projects, emergencies. Through our HIP grant from the BIA, we can service 25 units. I believe 6 units are currently being renovated. Is that correct? Correct. And we had a total budget of $266,000, and out of that allocation, we have $105,000 to work with, and we are currently, really focusing on some of our elderly and handicapped, and especially building handicap grants for them. So we're kind of prioritizing our needs of how we can efficiently use those money as well. And one of the things that I find myself is educating the public about these programs, because everyone thinks they can walk in our door and say, hey, I have a furnace issue, I have an electrical issue, can you send someone out to fix it? And yeah, we can fix it, but at the same time, there's still a process where you have to apply, and because that's how we explain ourselves to auditors when they're looking at our resources. And our auditors want to make sure that we're using the money for folks that are qualified. And so we're slowly educating the community about that, but I believe I'm going to work with Chairman OCAP where you can allocate me some unrestricted money from the general fund for emergency uses for if we have furnace calls or any type of issue out there. We can use that funds to assist some of our tribal members that don't qualify under the HIP criteria. Is there any questions?
I believe that's it.
That's all I have, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you. Like we said before, this is the first having a history of the legislative branch at the housing department has come to give a report, and we appreciate that very much.
The tribal vice chair has to leave shortly, so we're going to at this time ask him to give his report. Any Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body. You know, it's an honor to stand here in front of you here today as a former senator from the 92 district. You know, we're looking forward to positive changes. We're about transparency. You've seen that all, we had all the cabinet heads come and give a brief report on some of the things that we've done over there, because I can tell you that when I was a senator and I didn't know what was going on over there, it really bothered me. And you know, that's everybody's money, it's not just mine, not just Larry Kindness' money, you know, it's everybody's money. So that's kind of what we're about. And here's my report. I'd like to apologize too for recognizing the CEO and the cabinet heads, even though there hasn't been a confirmation here. I did give everybody a heads up about that and told them to get this, try to get it on the agenda before the deadline, but didn't happen. I was given a verbal designation of education and energy development by Ken Oka. Some of the goals that I have, short term, long term, is being in Missoula. I spend most of my time there, and that was an agreement that Chairman and I had. I have a family, small family. My oldest daughter is a senior in high school, and knowing the fact that, you know, it kind of ruins a kid education when you kind of pull them out of school and then send them here and there and stuff like that. So I didn't want to do that to my daughter in her senior year. She's active in sports, basketball, stuff like that. So, you know, that's the agreement that we have. I'm down here for my constitutional commitment, just to be here, legislature during the session, and after that, you know, things can change after she graduates, and hopefully we find a house. Hopefully Carl could give us a house in this case. Okay, so that being said, I'm currently working with the University of Montana to bring in some funding, some counselors to help our program out with, we talked about, we heard helping him talk about social problems that we have here, meth addiction, prescription pills, alcoholism, it's rampant here. And those are social ills that are caused by the lack of economic development, you know, all kinds of reasons, you know, that's why we have all these problems here today. And I seen that, I lost two brothers to alcoholism, car wrecks, stuff like that. And it's really hard, and I don't want to see anybody else, you know, it happens. You know, that's a fact, it's gonna happen until somebody does something to stop it, and that's what I'm trying to do. What I got in mind is, the University of Montana, they have some funds available to assist, with a rural treatment center. And, they provide some students that to help our counselors here. You know, we already have, supervised counselors that could supervise these students in the University of Montana. And they bring some funds in, so, you know, it will be at little to, you know, we might even make money on the deal. They need to, these counselors, they need to try to work in, diversified ethnic groups, to help them get jobs when they're done. This will help them. That's what I'm, currently, you know, in the works on, we're thinking about Seven Hills as a possible place of, to help, you know, expand our program and make our services better for the Crow Nation. Another goal that I have is, you know, when I worked at the mines, I was a member of the union, operating engineers. I was there for a long time, and they have an apprenticeship program. And not only the operators, but also there's carpenters union, boiler makers, electricians union, painters union. All these unions, they all have apprenticeship program. And what I wanted to do was each one of the programs they have a quota. They have to have a certain amount of Chinese people, black people, Hispanic people, all kinds, Native American people. So I wanna bring them in here and put some of our cool people into these positions as apprentices. And once they're there, they learn, the value of work. They get a day's wage for a day's worth of labor. When they do that, they also learn, they get that skill. That's a really valuable skill to have. Another benefit from that is health insurance. A lot of tribal employees, the tribal employees, they don't have health insurance, so they're basically stuck going to IHS or whatever you can do to pay for, to get sick. And, we all know that, we're kind of low on the priority list when it comes to health care. So you either have health insurance or you don't get sick. It has a retirement program. Currently the Crow Tribe does not have a retirement program to help you when you come of retirement age. There are several gentlemen that I've known in my, career at the mines who have, they're Crow. They work, X amount of years, they're retired, and they're okay. They get Social Security, they get, their union retirement pension, and they're able to just kind of sit back and watch TV and enjoy their grandkids, enjoy the rest of their life. Whereas currently now, as a Crow Nation, we don't offer any of that. So basically, if you're a tribal employee, you're going to have to work probably for the rest of your life and not really enjoy some of the, benefits of, old age, kicking back and enjoying the rest of your life, enjoying your grandkids, enjoying your family. I was given a verbal designation by the chairman, again, I said, for assist with education and energy development. Yesterday, we did something, great here. We passed the Cloud Peak bill, and like Representative Stewart said, it is a monumental thing. He's a coal miner, like former coal miners. I have a degree in geology, bachelor's degree in geology. I know about this whole development and stuff like that. And if the Lord's on our side, good Lord willing, I think this is just the first of many more of these good things that are going to come to our reservation and help our people to prosper, help our people to get out of this gutter, get rid of the black cloud that has been overplayed in our reservation for so long. And that's, that's the vision and dream that I have. We talked about, in some of the previous, reports from the different directors, we have a wage scale. We have a scale of wages that's not too high. Some of the people have complained that, there are people here that were the director at the tribe in the previous administration that may not have even had a GED, but yet they're making more than you guys here. They might have been making $29 an hour. And that's something that I'm against. And so right now we have a wage scale. CEO has 25, cabinet heads are 20, directors are 15, and it just kind of goes down to $10 an hour minimum wage. And I think on average, in most of the general fund, the average wage, I believe, is like $10 an hour. Myself, my wage is $42 an hour at vice chairman of the Crow Nation. There's yeah. So I guess if anybody has any questions,
I'd like to kind of bump a little bit, we talked about, SKC housing, United housing, I would never want to live there, I'm from here. And, although they have a good program there, I think Junior wants to move over there. But, we can't learn from some of these other tribes, we look at some of these other tribes, the way they do business, the way they run a certain program, the way they have their, ducks in a row, so to speak. We can learn from some of these tribes, not, maybe by going over and say, hey, I'm so-and-so, I represent the Cold tribe, how do you guys do this? And I'm sure they're more than willing to help us, because, we may have been bitter enemies in the past, but now, we're in a different era where these tribes, we kind of got to help each other out, kind of stick together, because we're still minorities, we're still going to be kind of picked on, we still have to fight for whatever it is that we have. We still have to fight to keep what we have. And with that, I guess I'll turn it over. If anybody has any questions they'd like to ask me, I can do my best to answer them.
I believe that's it. The questions that you're talking about is for the senators, under Robert's Rules of Order, so then the senators are the ones that have to have the questions. Any questions, senators? If not, we'll move on.
I got one further comment
Okay.
I'd like to make. There's a death, in the Wild District, and, the family's over in at the Morgan Bush, so, I was asked to go over there and just kind of see what, that's something that we do. It's something that as elected people that we do, and it's good because, when somebody's like that, even though you may not think that this should be in there matters, it's really good because I was, we've all been there, we've all sat there, and now, all one of our loved ones is in there, and, it really helps, even though just sitting there and shaking your hands, it's really good, and, that's kind of what we do. I know that, you guys all do it, and we do it also, so I thank you guys for your time, and I look forward to more, interaction between two branches. This, inter-branch warfare is, not good. All it did was cause roadblocks, and we hindered prosperity for our people, and, I thank you for your time once again. Good morning.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Henry Hunter, your next.
Next up will be the cabinet head for natural resources, Calvin Herrera.
Mr. Speaker, AKA Butch.
I'd like the Vice Chairman, Speaker, let's let me speak here. My name is Calvin Herrera, also known as the Butch. I oversee 10 departments in natural resources. We combined some, and I went down the list here and give you a brief statement on all of them. Also, before I go on, I established an assistant to myself so the daily process of these departments will go on, because if I go somewhere and I'm gone, it just won't stop. They go to him, and the departments will keep on going. Forestry, I don't have a director for forestry. I'm in the process of interviewing 3 individuals, and I have one more that's going to graduate in May with a 4-year degree to be a tribal forester. One of them will be a tribal forester. I have one that has a 4-year degree, is working on his master's. I have one that already has his master's,
And I have 2, 3 others that have 2-year degrees, of course. And EPA. We're still in the process of staffing EPA, but our main concern right now for EPA is the prior district, the dump site. Right now, the director for EPA is in Hardin meeting with the county commissioners to relocate or keep the site in place to clean it up. Fishing game. We combine, fishing game and buffalo pasture to one department and then one director. Beautification. We established district supervisors or district leaders in each of the districts on the reservation to eliminate the 80-hour club. They come out of the woodwork on paydays, I guarantee you. Never see them. So we established these district supervisors or leaders. If they haven't seen them, they don't get a check. And as the lady said earlier, I refuse to sign timesheets if I don't see you, or if your supervisor hasn't seen you. I will not sign a timesheet. TIPO culture, we're still, I was informed today, this morning, that we're still staffing. Culture, we're still staffing and we're trying to locate them in an office right now. So, co-regs, we put them with AML because they work together and hand in hand on that. And AML, they're in the process of expanding into the ceded land. My understanding is that they're expanding into the ceded land to reclaim those sites. Carbon lands and appraisals are put together, and the only report I got from them was that they're in the process of staffing, and that once it gets fully staffed and they get going, I will get a report from them sometime this week or next week. That's about as brief as I can make it. Is there any questions? Thank you.
I believe no questions, but just one comment, Mr. Herrera. Earlier I stated that we did have a joint action resolution pertaining to the conservation district. So you would be needing to get in touch with the land service, which was Senator Goes Ahead, and then Fish and Wildlife with Senator Kyle Runs, also pertaining to the other one is the joint action resolution pertaining to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service regarding protection of eagles and enforcement of federal and tribal laws against illegal harvesting and trafficking of eagles and eagle parts. So those are in committee. We need to have someone come over and start meeting with our committee so we can get these laws either passed or get them off our agenda. All right, thank you.
Well, Gregory, the candidate for reclamation of the water resources, was unable to be here, so he's designated Titus Texan, Water Resource Director, to give the report.
Mr. Texan, go ahead and take this.
members of the body. I apologize for not having anything ready for you guys, but hopefully I can answer all the questions that you guys might have. And like I said, our cabinet wasn't able to make it today, but I was newly appointed as right now I'm acting director for water resources. And I guess I've been on the job for about 10 days. And, some of the things that we've, I guess, initially some of the things that we've addressed already, and some of the other cabinets have done. You know, it's good to see that it's kind of a joint venture that everybody's trying to hold our employees accountable, and it makes it even better that the executive branch and legislative branch are coming together, and it just makes things a lot easier to enforce some of these things. So I thank you guys for the efforts that you guys have been making. I guess as far as the budget, contrary to what some of the people have addressed to me within the last couple of weeks, is there is no issues within the budget. We did fall within the budget that was established in 2011-2012 for the CIP. And I guess just to elaborate a little bit on some, if you guys are familiar with what has been established in the water contract, I guess on the assumption that you guys are, I'll just continue discussing it that way. The CIP is one thing that was established for the budget in 2011-2012. The MRNI has a 2012-2013 budget. And so I guess tomorrow is when I'm going to be meeting with Bureau of Reclamation to solidify our budget, or to finalize the budget for 2013 for the CIP, which is the pro-irrigation budget. So again, contrary on what people thought, people addressed previously, we were in the red in some aspects, but that actually wasn't the problem. We were well under budget actually. Let's see, we did, when I first came on board, I was actually kind of running from engineering. And the engineering firm was initially established with water resources, was HKM. And as you guys know, they are out of business. And because of the relationship that they had previously established, because of my background, I know what to expect from engineering firms. And unfortunately, they were not providing the type of, I guess what I expect from a firm. And I've addressed provide several years back regarding trying to hold these different firms that come in from business, holding them accountable for things that they do. Because I guess the mindset from their point is, as soon as they cross the reservation line, they think, okay, we can do whatever we want. They don't have any codes, they don't have, So holding them accountable has always kind of been an issue for me, because for that exact reason. So them coming in, not providing us, I guess, the professionalism that we expect. We, I guess, as a group, we established a committee and looked into getting another engineering firm. So we did interview 3 other engineering firms, and the one that was finally selected was Bartlett & West. And they are originally out of Topeka, Kansas, and they're slowly expanding into the Northwest. So because of, I guess, the number of engineers that they do have on staff, the number of people that they have as a group, they are well able to do every aspect of everything that you might need, whether it comes to gaining right-of-ways for the new water system that we're looking to install. Another aspect of it is the GIS system, a database basically, which will, I guess, I call it my Christmas list, is what I call it, but I envision a database place that would be able to, that the public can access, that will hold not only right-of-way information permits, surveys, but they'll know exactly where utility lines are. I guess kind of a public works, if you will. So any kind of information that can be established in that database can be utilized. And eventually, initially, of course, it's going to be within the tribe, but eventually, I guess I'm kind of hoping that can be established for public use as well. So again, Northern West is who we're going with now. We've signed a couple contracts with them to start the master plan. So the master plan is in the works for the MRI system and the CRP. We're looking to have the CRP master plan finalized. We're looking at maybe late May. And right now, initially we had about 44 people on staff as far as our construction crews were concerned. So because we were not able to have a good flow of communication with the finance department, it made it difficult for us to get money, to get materials. So that basically put our production pretty bad. So I wasn't able to keep everybody busy. Unfortunately, we have to reduce our construction crew size. With that, right now, we have about 12 guys that are kind of keeping the production going as best we can. Again, we have to show continuous production with using this money. So, and then our staff, we have, let's see, now we've got a center staff that is right in the middle of actually producing organizational charts, establishing who exactly we need today to run efficiently. So, unfortunately, I don't have that for you right now. I'm about 95% done with it, so I can't get that to you guys tomorrow. But I think that is something that you guys are looking for. Let's see. Some of the things that, and it kind of rolls into what Carl talked about is, I always get this question about, are you going to charge us for water? So I guess the way I approached it, and Carl's still here, I think he left there. But one of the thoughts that I kind of had regarding that is, when people ask me, they're like, well, that's our water, what are you charging us for? So I'm telling them, initially I'm like, okay, no, you're not being charged for the water, you're being charged for the operation of the units to maintain your use of that water. And so one of the things I guess maybe you guys can address it to Carl and other departments that might have the same problem, but I look at it as, I don't own a vehicle. When I need it to get fixed, I'm paying somebody else to fix it. So yes, I am paying. Some similar manner, yes, it is your water, but if something happens, we need to fix it, so you can continue to get water. So I guess trying to get the public to understand and change the mentality, instead of saying, hey, that's my water, I'm not going to pay money, at least let them understand that it's actually helping us to help you maintain that, so that we can provide that for you. As far as future plans, again, the MRI system, we're establishing our policies and procedures to put a very efficient way to establish permits right of ways. And as you guys know, when it comes to getting right of ways, that is a long and difficult battle in itself. So hopefully we can have something established. So this is a pretty, a very new department, and really, I just basically hired 2 weeks ago. I guess I'm just hoping to do the best I can. Again, I like the changes that I've seen. Legislative branches that are coming together. So I hope I can do a good job and we can all do well working together. Any questions?
Floor recognizes Senator Stewart of the Black Bucks District.
Mr. Speaker, Secretary, members, I guess I was going to get a formal letter out to the water water department. As chairman, I was going to get the status part from ABAC personnel to whatever you guys doing, goals, upcoming projects, that kind of thing. I wanted to get that update because we did send that to all at the time, but apparently they were on a gag order, so we never got that. And the infrastructure committee was, from start to finish, was involved with the settlement and drafting of legislation. And just like I stated before, with the executive officials, that the longer we sit here not involved in the water code, it's going to be just as much time as you guys involved on that water code that we're going to have to spend on reviewing it. So it's just best that we just come together at the Senate table and walk through it at the same rate of pace and bring it to the floor. Because that's going to have to be the process. I just don't want to have any, I think there's a deadline we're looking at. We're approaching that deadline. That's what I'm worried about. And I'm getting calls from EPA and different things. We have yet to even see anything from the water department. So I think that's long overdue. Since the gag order has been lifted, I want to make that a formal request right now on record.
I believe the deadline for the water code is March 9th, 2014.
Thank you, Senator. I guess our cabinet head is in the midst of establishing. I'm not too involved in the water code itself, but the cabinet head is establishing. Well, I guess previously we established a committee, and I don't know if there's much movement going on there, but there are a couple of drafts that have been moved up the ranks. So there is I guess an office being established within our building right now, and I'm not quite sure exactly what the draft is at this point, but yeah, I agree that they should take care of things while now. Sort of
Again, speak it on. Go ahead. If Clay's going to be handling that, maybe we can just go ahead and forward that request, because I like to see that on paper. And it's good to have it on record as your speaking to this issue. But for the committee's sake, on the record, I want to file that. I want to get moving on it as soon as possible. And so that's something that I'd like to see if we can get that forward to Clay whenever he's available for maybe meeting or whatever. If he's going to be the cabinet, I believe there was going to be already on, that's just, might as well bring it out right now. I already got a nomination for the CCRO and the infrastructure committee, and I wanted to make a request to the speaker, and after we're done here for a special session, I think we're going to follow it up with the other nominations and candidates. So that's something we have to get going with Clay as well. So it's best that we have that ahead of time so I can review it with my committee.
All right, any questions, comments? Who organizes in-house council? Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Branch Secretary, members of the body, members of the executive branch, the Tribal General Council in attendance, and those viewing on the internet. Just got a quick question. There's a lot I'd like to ask, but at the moment, I would be most curious in knowing that, well, first of all, you are the director of the Crow Tribal Water Resources Department, right?
Correct.
Okay. As you probably very well know, pursuant to the terms of the Montana Crow Tribal Water Compact, you have, by default, invested with the appointment authority for the tribal representative on the Joint Crow Montana Water Compact Board. The chairman of the Crow Tribe held that authority for a period of 108 days following tribal ratification on March 19, 2011. As the governor of the state of Montana, without making appointments, that authority vested in the state Director of the Department of Natural Resources and Conservation, and the Director of the Crow Tribal Water Resource Department, respectively, for the jurisdictions. It's a three-member board. I know you know all of this, but I'm just reciting for any of the speakers that might need to be refreshed. And your appointment and the state's appointment, they will together select the third, which we imagine in many cases will be the tie-breaking vote. It's a very important board. Now, of course, for the senators understand, this board has exclusive jurisdiction and is a necessary part of the administrative exhaustion process anytime there is a water use conflict involving a non-Indian or anybody subject to state jurisdiction and a Crow tribal member or an Indian otherwise subject to tribal regulatory jurisdiction. It is part and parcel to the compact's terms, where the state doesn't regulate our water uses, we don't regulate the state-based water uses. Everything goes essentially an arbitration panel, then into a court of conflict jurisdiction on the court. All that being said now, that your predecessor would like to know if you're aware whether or not he's made an appointment to this board, and if so, who it is. And if not, whether you intend to make an appointment anytime in the future, and what kind of person you would like to. This appointment is not subject to any further review by any tribal official or government entity. It's your appointment. It's not subject to legislative confirmation. Remember this compact language, Congress ratified the compact. All three jurisdictions have Congress, state legislature, Crow Tribal General Council, very close to a modern day treaty. Just wanting to know if there is a Crow representative on the Crow Mountain Water Compact Board. If not, what kind of person would you look to for that appointment?
Before you answer that, Mr. Harris, when he first started his statement is that he's an interim director for 10 days now. I don't think he has the authority to answer any of those questions right now, because that's going to have to come through the department head, who is Mr. Gregory, who has to get in touch with the four officials, and they'll be the ones to decide that. And I think it's kind of not his duty to answer that question right now, because like you stated when he first made his report, is that he's been interim director for 10 days now. Well, it's not really his jurisdiction. So I think that question, you don't have to answer that, Mr. Dixon, because that's something we're going to have to bring up later on to the four executive officials with their department head, who is Mr. Clay Gregory. Then we can ask that question. Because I have the same question myself, but I think we're asking the wrong person right now, because he doesn't have the authority to do that. He's an interim director for 10 days until they get if they get an appointed director, then he can start pressing the issue then. But right now, he's just filling the chair to keep business going in the Water Resource Department. Am I correct, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So I think, that's a question for a later time. So, any more questions for Mr. Clay Dixon here? If not, okay. Before we get to the next speaker, the Gaming Commission, I talked to our in-house counsel earlier, and you guys are excused because the people that we need here are the ACE board. So you guys can't answer any questions on their behalf either, because it's the ACE board that needs to be here on behalf of the casino. So maybe you can let them know the ACE board needs to be here for the next quarterly April session to start answering questions regarding the casino. All right, Mr. Edwin Hunter, you're next.
The final speaker we'll have will be Long Congress, Cabinet Head of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker of the House, honorable legislators, and Secretary of the Crow Tribe, and other members of the tribe that are present. Today's a beautiful day, and the Creator granted us another beautiful day on this earth here, so that we might carry on and hopefully turn the tribe around from a negative direction to a positive direction, so that we're moving forward. So this is a Public Works Quarterly Report for 12/31/12. And I condensed this on 4 pages into one report. And it's very copy to every one of the legislators, so we don't have to get into the budget part if we don't want to, because I'm sure they've all read it by now. I'll do my narrative. As a cabinet head for the Crow Public Works and its system, the staff and I have made every effort to complete data relating to the Crow Tribal Transit Authority, the Exoligar Water Wastewater Authority, and the Crow Tribal Transportation Department. While on this fact-finding mission, data relating to these departments was a job in itself, and in some cases, no such information existed. Two such cases were the Crow Tribal Transportation Authority. No reports were filed for a period of 18 months. Bills 2 years old, and the Transportation Department had nothing paid. The Exoligar Water Wastewater Authority was struggling to keep the water plant and wastewater systems functioning due to the lack of funding and manpower. But this has changed dramatically. At this time, bills are being paid in a timely manner for all departments. The Exoligar Water Wastewater Authority has hired additional workers, as has the Transit Department. The Department Head of Transportation and 2 planners are in training in Helena, Montana at this time, and the Department Head for the Crow Tribal Transit Authority and his assistant are also in training in Helena with the Department of Transportation. And that reminds me too, the Department of Transportation is furnishing 3 new 19-passenger buses for our transit authority system. A lot of our vehicles are antiquated. Some date back to 1992, and repairs and maintenance on these vehicles is becoming quite costly. We had a bus in the other day that required front-end alignments, and we got transmission going out of one, so we're trying to get these updated and as soon as possible. So we've got 2 buses coming in February. I don't know the exact date, but I'm sure that these folks at the training will bring that information back to us. And we're also considering making 2 runs a day, and maybe doing an interstate thing with Wyoming, so we can also take people into Sheridan from that end of the res, and also to provide services for veterans, and to bus them to the local VA clinics and the hospital in Sheridan and Fort Harrison and other clinics that we need to go to. The girl from the VA department has found some funding, and at some point in time, we should get we'll have another van for the veterans. And then we'll send 1 or 2, perhaps, plant operators to the water school in Great Falls, Montana for a 3-day class to prepare them for the state water plant operators test. And that's a tough test, but we'll pick it and pass it. So you got a whole week of math that you have to do before you get into the test itself. And this is a new requirement now by EPA. In the past, it was a jurisdictional issue in travel plant operators didn't have to be certified by the state, but now that is a law. That was an EPA federal regulation that was handed down, and federal supersedes tribal jurisdiction. We are moving forward in a very positive improvement manner, and will continue to do so by providing exceptional services to the Crow tribe and others. In addition, the Transit Authority obtained $2.2 million for bus barns, one in Crow and one in, it's kind of a toss-up between Fort Smith and Pryor, but I'm looking more towards Pryor. I think the facility is more needed out there. And in that effort, we're trying to put a funding package together. Water Resources had maybe $5 million that we can use and couple it with this $2.2 million and build a big motor pool for each department. And a secure motor pool where when you pull up there, you have to check out a log book with a credit card, log in your miles before you leave, log in your destination and log in your hours after you get back and you book it. That way that'll cut down on people using tribal or government vehicles for their own private use. You see them all over. I've seen them all over in Billings and Sheridan. And that's a big cost to the Crow tribe. And that money belongs to the Crow people. So hopefully this will cut those costs down considerably. Anyway, we had a big meeting on that this morning, and we're looking for a site here in Crow, and we'll look for a site in Tyler, and then one in Fort Smith to cater to the white folks. So if you look down to the budget as of December 31st, 2012, you'll find that the total expenditures are 1.425, 957 and 47 cents. Transportation planning spent 55,082 and 58 cents. Road and maintenance spent 395, 914.82 cents. Construction 925, 561,007 cents, which brings it to a total of 1,376,558 and 47 cents. So we're tracking everything right down to the penny. In the past, you can never get a report or a financial report from any of the departments that I'm in charge of. Montana Transit has a 10/1 to 12/31/2012. The federal share was $8,405.58. In-kind share was $6,459.16. So that brought it to a total of $14,864.74. We're getting funding from both the federal and the state for the transit authority. So the federal transit from 10/1/12 through 13. Planning was $34,534.26. In-kind share was 0. So our total on that one for those expenditures was $34,534.26. Anyway, this federal grant from 4/1/11 has expended $368,639.81 of a $500,000 award. So in conclusion, it has taken a great effort by all individuals that are involved to help create a model public works system that other tribes and communities in the state of Montana and in the northern tier regions can look up to, as we have done with the Absalga water, wastewater, infrastructure, water, and wastewater projects we have completed and will continue to do so. In our efforts to raise funding for the Absalga Water Wastewater Authority, we were receiving funding from 12 different granting sources. And a gentleman from the Montana Pole Board complimented us one day that we were the only tribe, or the only community in the state of Montana that was receiving funding from 12 different sources. So we've already established a good track record because our county is right down to the half cent. And so it's a lot easier now, once we establish that track record, to obtain funds from these granting agencies. In addition, we'll be going after additional funds. We're going to go out to bid, hopefully in February, for the next infrastructure project for the town and Crow agency. And we'll also be working on Pryor and Wyola. Lodge Grass is not our jurisdiction, although we do help it. And so we've been burdened by a shortage of manpower. We've only had 2 plant operators for the last 12 years. And they also have to cover Pryor and Wyola and also take care of the system here and improve the system and then comply with all the state codes and the federal codes and EPA and the new ones that might come up. So it's very important to get our people to the schools because they'll get them an update and they also send out literature maybe once a week or once a month. They're giving the latest in EPA regs, all these other regulatory agencies that we have to deal with. Funding for infrastructure projects is not, it's tough to get, but like I said, we've established a track record. And I also think that the Water Resources Department, on the R&I portion of that, I feel that should be turned over to the Controller of Water Wastewater Authority, because we're the ones that know the needs in all the communities. You know, they have different thoughts on how to bring water to the communities. We have different thoughts also. This Little Horn River is dried up 3 times since they've been keeping records on it. So if that water, this river runs dry, before doesn't have no water. So we're talking about running the deep well system and tapping into the Madison Exchange where the water is pristine, and which will require nothing more than maybe a little filtration, and of course you have to have the chlorine in the water to kill the bugs that are in the pipes. We replaced the portion of the wastewater system in downtown Crow, and this new upcoming project will continue to upgrade. The system here in Crow dates back 115 years from the research that I found on the water and wastewater system in the town of Crow. So we're with one update in 1968. So we're striving to be at 100% in a few years, but if we can get some funding from the Water Resource Department, we can really fast track this thing. Otherwise, it takes years to put a funding package together. And John Doral and I, all our time was volunteer for the last 15 years, but we've also raised about $30 million for this project. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? We'll recognize Senator Stewart.
The question was, obviously, I got a question and comment, I guess, mix them in. Was there any talks ever to incorporate EWA with water resources?
I was hoping that would take place, but you know, the past couple of administrations, they didn't even recognize that. Us guys, the only thing we did were grants, applications with the chairman's signature, and we couldn't even go in and get that. So we had to pass it off to one of the accountants, and they should get signed. Sometimes it took days, sometimes it took weeks. But we were there, we were persistent, and we continued on. You know, we're trying to, and we planned everything out 50 years down the road. We can also take in Pressure Battlefield, and there's been a visitor center that's been on the drafting board for a number of years now with the Department of Transportation over here in I-90 and P12. So, and we had talked to them early on, like probably 2000, 2001, if they wanted us to tie them into our systems, then we want some money from them. $550 to run a linear foot for a waste line. That line has to be shot by laser, because of course everything runs downhill. And if it doesn't run downhill, there's something wrong with the system. We've completed a new lagoon system, and the Seabees came in and did a humanitarian for the Crow tribe and saved us $600,000. So these are the things that we had worked on early on, and when we first founded the Absolved Water Wastewater Authority, which I'm one of the original founders, John Doral and I and Jimmy Gilbert, and we didn't have nothing. So we figured that we couldn't do it by ourselves and we didn't have money. So I wanted to praise it about that we've done so much with so little that we should be able to do anything with nothing. So, any further questions?
The other comment I had was behind our current chairman's property there, Golden Arrow drilled to Madison and capped off a well there. And that's something that we were talking about, developing.
I'm very familiar with that system. As a matter of fact, I met the owner of that Golden Arrow in the lobby lounge here tonight, and we almost got in a fight. He was drunk and I was sober. Coming in there to pray for those poor wicked souls. Anyway, what happened some millennium back was the Tennessee Formation, which is an aquifer also, It dropped like 1,200 feet down vertically. And then what happened was it formed a crevice between the Madison Exchange and the Tennessee Formation, and they just lucked out and hit that. It's an underground river, and that water is pristine. Like there's already, I got the log on that. The only thing the log though was what they call the TDS, so the totally dissolved solids in the water. Well, that was 51 parts per million. In most municipalities, the totally dissolved water in the water that you drink is 250 to 350 parts per million. So that gives you an indication. So if we capture, and then to make things a little more interesting, is that the pressure at the top of the well casing is 300 pounds per square inch. So I don't know if you folks are too familiar with hydraulics. So with that kind of pressure there, then we wouldn't really need a pump to pump that down, and again, making that into better water is a much simpler process than using like a river water, what we're using out this time, because especially in the spring runoff when the turbidity is extremely high, we have to backwash maybe 3 or 4 times to make that water drinkable and safe. So we compiled data on this Little Horn River, and this Little Horn River is one of the dirtiest rivers in the country, especially at spring runoff. And we've got some point sources where we get what's called cryptosporidium into the water, and that, if it doesn't kill you, it'll make you wish you were dead. It happened in Milwaukee. Somehow the raw sewage got into the water system and killed 300 people, and then another 300,000 people wish they were dead. Because it's worse than the worst case food that you ever see. Plus, we also have H. pylori and E. coli in that water, and these are the bugs that are leading also. So we're doing research in that too, like how many cases of ulcers do we have in the community on the reservation, And a lot of it points to these little organisms in the water. We're also doing research. We also have uranium in this water on the upper end of the Little Horn, naturally occurring. We have naturally occurring heavy metals, arsenic, methyl mercury, and lead, things like that. And so, in our efforts to help clean up the river, we've also started a project with funding from EPA to fence off the river. And people shouldn't be running their animals into the rivers because they'll use can too. They all use a can and goes into the river. So we've got kind of a little river setback, and we're starting to fence portions of it off. And also providing pumps in a stock tank so they water the critters. So that's the effort that we're making there. And additionally, we'll be installing an ultraviolet system at the outfall of the lagoons, and that water comes out of there is pure. So you guys will be invited to test that water first before anything else. Now we've also, through research and whatnot, have been given a pilot test program by Amway. And it's called a bucket filtration system. It's just like a miniature water plant. And it has a filtration system in there. In the past, they were using these in Africa, but they use sand. Now they're using 3 4-gallon pails. And you put your water on top, drop a pellet in there. It's called a polymer, and what it does is see, water is also charged with positive and negative ions, and so it kind of neutralizes that, and it all drops to the bottom. And you let that sit there for an hour, and you drain that down into the bottom bucket, which filters it, and then it drops into this next bucket that has a chlorine chemical in it, and then you can drink it. I drank the first glass of water from that water that we collected here in the process of doing that project there, so I ain't dead yet. It works good. So far.
Okay, floor recognizes Senator Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. So if you're going in a sweat, it's best not to get in the temperature.
Going, you don't need one of our.
Just get your bucket and just boil the hell out of it. It'll be like holy water. And then
All water is holy. We really have a lot of respect for water because we use it as spiritual ceremonies. I'm actually not a sweat you know. I do both the crow and the focus and that. So, yeah, water sure does taste good when you put your mouth. So we're making every effort, you know, in the past we've tried to inform the people about the rivers and how dirty they were and recommended strongly that they don't drink the water. Just like the stream there in Prior at Pleasant Peace Park, that's contaminated. Those contaminants we're finding are coming from their septic system. So that filtered down into the ground and it gets into that spring, and that was the first place I used to head after the Sundance in Prior. And I got an ulcer.
Yeah, they check people out of there.
Yeah.
And then they move water there more. And I think they got a couple of wells in spring, not the spring, but the outside spigot. So people are warned about that.
Well, we've been meeting with the state department over there too at the Park Service. And, of course, they're in denial, but we know where it's coming from. Now we're going to find them owning up to it. So we're asking them to clean it up, maybe put in a septic system that doesn't leak. They've got some good liners for septic systems nowadays.
Yeah, that flood really did a lot of, you know, I had to fix my own septic tanks and everything too, but so I can see the underground water. A lot of people didn't know that, but shoot, that prior was a river.
That was.
It was a river out there. You know, I got some pictures of it, how anybody sees that. It was a big old, wide as the Yellowstone River.
Right.
So anyways, but I just wanted to thank you for all your efforts, you know, with the little bit of money that you guys had, and I know that you were consistent, and you know, you did a lot. I just want to applaud you for your good work. You know, the infrastructure here in Crow wouldn't be what it is today without you guys. Yeah, well, we know.
All right, so you're the cabinet head of the roads department also, right? Public Works. Okay, who's the cabinet head of the roads department? You are, okay. We've got a ordinance and resolution which is sitting in the committee that we need to move forward on. There's a ordinance resolution entitled resolution to update the Croydon Reservation IRR Long Range Transportation Plan. So you can get in touch with our Transportation Committee Chair, which is Senator Two Legans, and the Secretary of this committee is Senator Friedman. We'll start having some meetings pertaining to get that taken care of as well.
And I'd be wanting to do that, and I need a copy of that LR.
Okay. All right, so the chairman of that committee can get you that. So I believe, we thank you for your report, and we'll look forward to the next report in April.
Thank you.
Okay, again, I believe we've got one more, senators, and then after that, we will be lunch, yeah.
Another cabinet just came in, so we'll hear now from the cabinet head of human resources, George Robert III.
We understand that you've only been in office for 5 weeks, and so if you know it's a short report, but it's fine with us.
Okay.
So, this is the cabinet head for human resources, Mr. George Gilbert III.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is George Gilbert. I'm the appointed cabinet head for human resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Secretary, and legislators. My staff is going to pass out a report to you, so I don't think I need to, or unless you want me to, I can go into detail. A report to the Crow Nation Legislature. The Crow Nation Department of Human Resources is one of the new cabinets established by the current administration for, to better process and utilize our talent for the Crow Nation, for our workforce. We're one of 10 cabinets across the Crow Nation Executive Branch. Human Resources is comprised of the Personnel Office, the Tribal Employment Rights Office, TARO, the Workforce Investment Act, it's called WIA, it used to be called J2PA. I feel weird standing right behind you. All right. The Elders Program, Senior Citizens, is also under me, as well as Information Technology, Facilities, and Executive Security. We are working on a mission statement for the department, but just kind of a quick line, we try to develop and promote the most qualified and skilled workforce for the Crow Nation. The Department of Human Resources provides personnel policy and procedural guidance to all Crow Nation Executive Branch managerial personnel for various personnel actions. In my office, there are well over 1,200 applications. That's 1/6 of the Crow Tribal General Council that need employment, looking for work. The goal is to create a transformative workforce ready to meet the needs of Crow country, allowing and creating access for employment through the government and a larger Crow Nation economy. The staff that I have within the Department of Human Resources, there's 3 documents you have. The first one is kind of my report to you and kind of general information about the new department. The second document is it's a draft of the organizational chart. I wrote it down, or I guess we composed it today. And then the third document is kind of the flow chart, the organizational chart. It's a draft of the 10 departments. There are some offices that exist directly under the officials: Veteran Affairs, Legal Counsel, and New Energy Department, Elders Home, Away Kulawaja. The CEO exists directly under the officials. The advisory committees, and that's 107, that's Fire Enrichment, that's the, other boards and commissions, Land Use Board, Head Start, Governing Board, my Tarot Commission, and different bodies. The remaining 2 are the Gaming Commission, and then the last one is Records. We're going to retitle that. I think we're still in the process with AJ, either the Office of the Secretary or the Secretariat. It's akin to the Secretary of State for the state of Montana or any other state. They are the holder of records of all actions conducted by that particular state, in our case, the executive branch. Most Secretary of States also possess the Great Seal. I don't think we ever said who has that seal, or even if we have one. Do you have one?
Working on it.
Working on it. Good. Okay, so I think have you met with all the other cabinets today? Okay, so that's the report to the legislature. This document here in the black and white one, I was asked to get the employee list, so they're kind of front and back right now. Department of Reclamation, Clay Gravy, of course, and then Tice Hickson, he's our interim director. Residences and renovation, and so on and so forth. I think the cabinet heads kind of go through who is who. Okay. There's one page missing. We found it out on our way here. Cabinet head for Crowland Security, that's Mr. Hanks. So his page is missing from this, so we'll get that over to you today. Mr. Secretary, those are the documents I gave to you as well. All right. A little bit about the department. It's new, so we're working at it. The application, we had a job fair the first week, December 5th. It was well attended the first day, and we extended it for 2 more days, asking for reapplication and also receiving applications for persons wishing to work within the Crow Nation Executive Branch. So the different departments, we're getting them staffed, and when we walked into the administration on December 4th, I guess our primary task was building a government. There was nothing over there, really. All the offices were vacated. And then that following Wednesday, we had our great unemployment line begin, and we had many of our former employees come and get their last checks through payroll. And since with payroll we had to kind of do a few checks, we require a timesheet along with a sign-in sheet from every person. Everyone kind of has difficulty with it. I don't know how the policy was in the previous administration, but we require sign-in sheets along with every time card. And we're working on getting time clocks for all the employees so you can check and punch in and punch out of an actual clock. Working with payroll as well as finance, we have to process, employees as they get hired, as they get placed within the different departments, most of them appointees to those positions. So we started with the cabinets, we started then to the directors, and then filling in the rest with employees. Crowlad Security, one department there is, we're responsible, I guess, for structure fire, and so we had to place employees within that department ASAP. So that's what we did. The different departments, some got moved around. The revolving loan fund, for example, as well as tribal operations program, they were transferred from economic development to finance. The revolving loan fund, that's Mrs. Yolanda Goodvoice, as well as the operations program, Sean Rilbert, so the UCC, as well as other different functions of that office. Senior citizens got transferred to me just for the fact that we needed someone to kind of keep an eye on senior citizens. So it's kind of falling apart there, so we had to replace personnel and bring individuals in to, grab the bull by the horns and get that department going. We had 2 days, one in Lost Grass and one in Pryor, where we didn't serve seniors. And it bothered me, and I had a, employee tell me, I don't know what the big deal is. I said, well, it's a big deal when that's their only meal for the day. That's what the elders program does. It allows our elders to congregate and visit with people their own age, and they may not get out of the house the rest of that day. So that's kind of what that. IT is under me. IT, we drastically need computers. We're looking at all the federal programs, the different grants, seeing what funds are available to get technology for our employees, just for the fact that we walked in and our servers were 5 years old. We believed that we were getting continually updates, better and far superior equipment, but we didn't. So, that's kind of another difficulty with our hardware. And to get us up to date and, I guess, in compliance, we need $160,000 to get ourselves up to that point. And that doesn't even include the number of computers that we need. Right now, we are in need of well over 50 computers. So that's IT, and that's headed by Vince Vatbear. He used to work for Lost Grass Schools, and then before that, he worked for the Tribe. So Vince is a good individual to have on board, keeping us in place. Alan Stewart, he used to be the facilities director. We put him back in that position. He has groundskeepers, custodial, and maintenance. And the last few weeks, we've been working hard, cleaning up departments, moving offices around. Some people have been in the same spot for 16, 17 years looking at the same electrical plug. So trying to get them, I guess, to see some new scenery. Offices are being moved, we're painting, we're tiling. I guess what I was told behind the building, why we never fixed it up was, well, we were promised a new one, or we were going to get a new one day. So I kind of look at that, with our mentality, and it's, we can always put our money off in the sake of the bigger and better thing, but after 20 years, we never get there, and we're still in the same building, the same car, and the same house. So why don't we just fix up what we got? I got manpower to do it. And, like the main hall we painted a couple weeks ago, it was $300 minus the manpower, man hours for it. So, kind of just fixing up different parts of the tribal building. And then we're working on the tribal building as well, a new one, get that back on track, kind of stalled and stuff. So I guess any other departments with me in Otero, we have Louis Goodluck, Cecilia Big Lake, William, Mary Jane Burden Ground, Elders Program, and then Thomas Badbear, he's my executive security supervisor. He has, I think, 2 titles. One title calls him the supervisor and one calls him the officer. So those are available for you, these 3 documents here. I guess if you're for need of time and since y'all are hungry, we'll go to questions. Is that all right, Mr. Speaker?
Do we have any questions? We'll recognize Senator Stewart of the Black Rock District.
On these positions, was there going to be anything to the effect of what the actual pays are for the different levels from top to bottom? Is that something that's going to come in, and how is it going to work out between the federal directors versus the general fund directors?
The general fund, in terms of purely tribal dollars, those individuals, there are some employees that exist at $8, beautificators, custodians, maintenance, security guards, they're at 10, supervisors, if they have some supervision responsibility, they're 12. Our secretaries range from 12 to 15. Directors, if they're in tribal programs, they're 15. Cabinet heads are 20. So that's where I'm at. In terms of the federal programs, the grants and contracts, whatever that grant or contract allows, that's the rate.
All right, the floor recognizes Senator Goza, the Arrow Creek District.
Can you hear me? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Carrie. Yeah, I know that the previous administration got to go back to, and I hear they took laptops and they took computers, and it sounds like from what I hear, that sounds like they trashed it up. And so you're starting from scratch. And I was going to ask another question to Marlon way later, but about deleting all this information. They can't retract any of that or nothing like that. And so that's the question.
Well, procurement, I think they're doing their best. They're going off the insurance list from the insurance company we use. I'm not too sure, it's in Harvard somewhere. Because actually, the procurement office was such in disarray. It was, we couldn't find any documents, we couldn't find keys for vehicles. And so what Dawn had to do, she's the procurement director, was go to our insurance and get a list from them of what they insure on us. The computers and the phones, I think the phones, we got them all shut off. I can check with finance in terms of the phones. The grants and the contracts, that's the other difficulty, is getting those, looking at each grant contract and see what equipment was purchased under that grant or contract for our employees to use. There are some, equipment still out. I think we're going to have to probably pursue that. I don't know what avenues are available to us. I guess probably legal and procurement will work on that. But, there we are missing a lot of things. Supplies, our building, we just have to really start from the ground up, you hear the stories and, the news report of what we found that first day. So it's kind of, they trashed the place before they left. And so when we moved in, we blessed it, and made it, a good place to be again. And we're slowly bringing it back up to par, and eventually maybe we'll move to a new building one day.
Okay, one final question. See, this is what bothers me. This for me, my own opinion, that bothers me is that I know that Kristen said that she hasn't been there for 10 months when she comes in, CPA. And then, but you had like Kathleen there. And I know for a fact that, their computers has all that information, but why not press upon them? I can't do that because I'm here on the legislative side. But on the executive side, all the answers are there. But you gotta press that issue, press those issues. That's my own suggestion. It's like when the CPA they don't want to come in here now anymore. This is something that I've heard. Being a revenue chair, I ask questions and man, they dance around my questions. And then they won't tell me. So I've worked with Kristen, and I know the CPAs, they got answers. I know that. They will say you. I call them Houdini. I call them a magician. It's one of my last comments to the CPA. You can make money disappear, and you can make money appear with a push of a button on the computer. Because being the revenue chair since 2008, we dealt a lot with that in our own budget. And even now, right now, the district funds for the airport district is $6,900 in the red. So anyways, those are things that I've experienced and we've experienced at the bottom. And the answer is the CPAs. So anyways, that's something you might want to look into. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, before I recognize Senator Alden of the Big One District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Secretary, members of the body, and guests. Just to kind of all right, back to you. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for Dr. George and making your report. I know that's one of the last cabinet heads come up here, and I think you've had a pretty good report for the rest. And almost answered my question within this. I know you guys are just beginning and getting things going and whatnot, but eventually I'd like to see a flow chart all within the departments. I mean, I've got one for the whole overall thing, but is that something maybe possibly we get for the future between the CEO and the personnel or whatnot? This flow charts for each, starting from the cabinet heads down to employees.
That is one of the projects, we're working on that for, I think, one report in the future. I think, maybe by April or whenever we decide to hold our quarterly accounts, our biannual tribal council. I forget you guys are council now. Let's see here. We're going to get each individual department, where they exist. One of the departments that does have that flow chart in existence is Water Resource. The individual there, worked to get a program, an organization chart for that particular office. I think we'll eventually get one for all the departments, and that's one part on my end, Human Resource, to get an organization chart and, the different rates and stuff for each office and department. I mean, it's a big organization, we've got 680 employees. So, eventually, I think we'll get there. One thing I didn't know is, your LR kind of gave us guidance to giving you a report, and I think I got it yesterday. So, that's what we've been pumping out the last few days. and then aside from personnel issues. So, all right, thank you again.
Okay, any more questions? It's organized, Senator Stewart.
Bill, you weren't here before, but like working, with the CEO there, I did get a nomination for the CCRO director for confirmation, and I don't think we're going to be able to do it because it requires a process. And so I'm going to be requesting a special session for that. So in the meantime, that gives you some time to, and we've got a list here, but officially it would have to be delivered, from the chairman, signed for nomination of these cabinet heads. And we understand that you guys are still in transition. We're not done yet with that, but once we get the nomination list from the chairman, then the secretary can go ahead and appropriate that to the proper committee, so we can have our hearings. So we can get them confirmed, get yourself confirmed. So that's something I want to bring up. Here we can press on that or work on that. I know you have just the projects to do. This is, constitutionally, this is required.
I think some of the cabinets, was it 4 of them that exist within codified law right now? 4? Okay. So, the new departments and new cabinet heads, either, whether it's initiation from your side as legislators, if you want to submit, legislation to create the 10 departments, or, if it's on our end to the chairman to submit that. I have no problem with coming before the legislature for confirmation, and I think you'll get to know me more. I'll get to know you a little more. My years in Chicago, when I worked for the Archdiocese, when I worked for, the Bureau of Indian Education, and then, when I worked when I lived as a brother, so, my years, doing HR and those different things for, my past work. And then so thank you again for that, CJ. We look forward to a confirmation probably. What's it going to be, April?
For organized Senator Stewart.
So I can respond possibly, in the next couple of weeks or so, what I wanted to ask Mr. Speaker is if we can ask our legislative legal to reference the law pertaining to the appointments. I know that there is that thought out there that we only have to confirm 1, 2, 3, 4 people and that kind of thing, but there is law that states that you have to, all the candidates that are appointed.
We can. I believe when we wait, I think that's going to take a meeting between the senators and the 4 elected to come to some sort of an agreement on that. Because right now it states 4, and if we were to go through with any more, I believe we'd have to come to a meeting to agree upon, and they can come with a JAR to add these others to it. So I believe we can wait on that until, the secretary here can let the other officials know that there's something we can talk about later. Or on Friday, the chairman's going to go over on Friday to speak with us about an issue with our court case. But we want to talk about other stuff like preparation that we need to go over with that also. So we'll talk about that on Friday with him.
What time Friday is funeral?
He was talking about maybe before the funeral. But he'll let us know, or he'll let me know this afternoon, and then I'll let you guys know. So this is our last cabinet head. And maybe, thank you, Mr. Robert, for coming to the report. Mr. Enemy Hunter.
That concludes the reports from the cabinet heads that were here. There was one, China's right man from Economic Development. He wasn't able to be here, but I'll make sure he sends that report in. And that concludes our program. So thank you for allowing us to come and make our meeting reports to you, and then hope we can do some more work together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, senators, we also have the report from Judicial. their quarterly report. I told them to go ahead and go back to the courthouse to get back to their, they had some stuff they had to get done, so they could only be here for a little bit. So I told them to go ahead and just submit their reports. So does everyone have the report in front of them from the judicial branch? Is everyone okay with the report that's in front of them? The only thing I got is that they had said thank you for advocating for them for the additional $200,000 for their budget. So they wanted to thank the legislative branch for talking on their behalf. With that, we have on the agenda now, we have our reports. I'm going to call for my Senator Alden, the Big One District.
I think let's wait to work the performance. Good my time right now.
Someone have their hand up?
Secretary's
Oh, Secretary, did you want to give okay, maybe just give a, we still have one more, we still have reports from the Speaker, Secretary, and committees. I was going to call for a motion to move that to the next special session or April session. Okay. All right. So, with that, are you wanting to make the motion now?
Might as well.
Or recognize Senator Alden?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body. Yes, let me make a comment before we get this motion. I know you guys are all hungry, but the reason behind moving this is, as you all know, these committees were stagnant. We haven't got much business done in the past. We said, I think we talked about this, that some of them chairmen are newly elected and whatnot. So reporting wise, there's not much to report. I hate to go through every committee and say, this time I'd like to make a motion to go to reserve it.
For a second, Secretary of the House wants to make a statement real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body, staff, Captain, CEO. I have a written report, and I wanted to make a statement, and I was going to submit it. So I will make copies for everybody, so that you can have it in your packets for the record. But I was going to do a verbal report, but I'll go ahead and submit my written report to you guys, since you guys are there now. Thank you.
Yes, before Senator Stewart, what's your?
I too got a written report. I was going to get out to all the numbers.
Okay. And that's on behalf of natural resources?
Natural resources and part and parcel with the infrastructure, like pertaining to hydro and those areas. As far as the AWA, I don't have that documentation, but I do have this. I want to go ahead and make copies, and I'll submit it to the 16.
Okay.
For the record.
All right. All right. Before you make your motion, Senator Alden, Secretary of the Executive Branch, did you want to make a statement or? Okay, we'll recognize Secretary of the Executive Branch before we go into our motion.
Thank you, Speaker, Secretary, Legislative Body. Just a short comment. Again, I appreciate you with the hospitality and allowing our cabinets to come and report. We're doing our best at this point, and with what minimal resources we have, as well as funding. So again, appreciate you all working with us. We do want to fine tune this reporting system, and we also want to create that accountability and transparency together. So again, emphasizing that we all work for the people, and the people need due diligence. So again, if we we all agree. Again, I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to make this happen. And last comment, with development, I see an endeavor with the natural resource and other committees that would allow us to proceed in more development. An example, currently the land office is working on rights of ways. As we obtain these rights of ways in certain areas of the reservation, predominantly in such as like a landlocked scenario. I guess we could go into detail next session, but between now and then, we see perfect opportunity for more revenue via casino, via any type of development, golf course in the Yellowstone County. So that being said, a good collaboration with the legislative branch and the executive to obtain these, because when it comes to land transactions, you are the governing body for approving these land transactions, because it may call for land trades, it may call for land purchase, it may call for land sale. And right now we have no land sale regulations, because I believe it's not tolerated at this point. But to consider through committee the pros and cons of the different options that we may have to work on together. Because again, to progress, we may have to trade something, or we may have to purchase something. So again, just a short note. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Senator Alden, calling for a motion to have reports be pushed to the next special session or regular session. Can you make that motion? Motion by Senator Alden, second by Senator Not Afraid of the Bighorn District. We have a question. Question by Senator Gozed. All those in favor, raise your right hand.
Aye.
13. With a vote of 13 yes, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining, motion carries. So we'll have reports at the next special session or regular session. And we have 2 written reports that were prepared for today by the Secretary of the House, and the Chairman of the Natural Resource Committee and Infrastructure Committee also had his report also, so let that be on our record. With that, calling for any announcements first.
Yeah, one of them.
Okay. Senator, go ahead.
That thing 1, 2, 3, and I ain't working. There's a Larry, you're a greasy malt. There's 2 greasy malt kits that, remember you went up and got some samples about praying? Well, 2 greasy malt kits. Any hunter and Not Afraid, they went and followed you, so without even paying you, so I want both of them to pay you and use that right. And whoever else, look out of my.
All right, Florida and Senator Rivers, the Mighty View District.
That's true. Setting up the meeting January 22nd at 10.
January 22nd, 10 a.m. gaming. For organized Senator Alden.
Scott messaged Lynn Driftwood's having a Hunters Association meeting today at Rock Gosh at 7, so
okay.
If tell your all your hunters, I guess.
All right.
Just pass the message along.
All right. For organized Senator Stewart of the Black Lodge District.
The executive branch, in conjunction with the legislative branch, are going to have a mourner speak on Monday, 5 o'clock. So we're asking that the respective districts bring salads to your constituents. So that's for 5 o'clock Monday.
All right. All right.
Floor recognizes Secretary of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sean Backwell, Vice Secretary of Coast Drive, informed me the other day that there was a VA meeting next week, next Friday in Helena, meeting with corporations in regards to some of the contracts and grants that were available to the tribe. Wanted me to be there, so I wanted to let you guys know I'll be on travel status that day, next Friday. So find out where the grants and contracts are in regards to VA. So let's let you guys know.
All right. All right, calling for a motion to adjourn. No, he didn't. No. So we have a motion to adjourn by Senator Pretty. Do we have a second? Second by Senator Railbird. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, say aye. We are now adjourned. Senator Golden, if you could just say a quick prayer while I get your plates, and I'll leave. Okay. All right. Just say a quick prayer while we leave.
Tribe come together in unity, so we look forward to a more prosperous era and all the thinking and positive ways that we can come together. Thank you also for this body here. It's not really trying to work with administration. And that's what's really important for each and every one of you. And that's what things for all the children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, all around us. And they created the best food here. I hope.
Okay.
And then Mara wrote this just for records.
Oh, okay.
There's no money. There's no money, but rock, paper, I'm hungry.
Did you catch all of that meeting? Yeah. Still going. It's only about 15 minutes.